Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream. Probably more front rooms, and then who knows? I kind of want to get on to making music for front rooms. There's only one song, so I thought it might be fun to do more than one song. So maybe we make another song or two, and then add the options to do that, and work on these monster jump scares. And then maybe debug Demonfish Dead Ahead a little bit more, because that is so close. But yeah, we got an ad that starts in about 2 minutes, and it'll be about a 2-minute ad, so about 4 minutes we should be ready to roll here. So give me 4 minutes and we'll be there. Alright, we are back from the ad break. Another stream today. right on time. And this is what we made yesterday before Heroes of Hammerwatch. And Heroes of Hammerwatch was a lot of fun. There was an unfortunate end to the stream last night. The internet just decided to cut out. Usually it doesn't happen till like 3 a.m., but it does cut out on occasion. I'm not quite sure why. I thought that I'd maybe fix the issue, but apparently not, so that is a thing. Anyways, this is what we came up with before the stream got, well, before we started playing the game, right? And we did do a bunch of Pyrotoad stuff yesterday as well. The map for the level. But yeah, I think we should probably start with another Frontrooms scare. Haven't decided on one yet. Here's our list. So, or there's the end screen, which a gross cake is kind of a good idea. I can't think of how to do like maybe we'll do 3. I don't know. Maybe we'll like add things to the cake depending on what difficulty you're on or whatever. Make it even grosser. Or maybe we come up with other things, you know? But yeah, I'm just kind of sipping on my tea at the moment, and I do still want to do the creepy skelly dragon, but that's really difficult. I think we might actually just need to trace Skelly, you know? That might make it easier. I'm not usually big on tracing, but when you're taking something that's high res and tracing it in pixel art, it's bound to need adjusting, so. But yeah, let's look up infinite metal. Maybe we can get a good Skelly image. So probably skip ahead so it's bigger, like that, right? And then we can just like snip it. And we could grab this one, but we might want to wait until there's jerky involved. Let's go ahead and save this for now. I don't know where to put it. Screenshots somewhere. Random. We throw it in random. We'll make a new folder. Call it Skelly reference. Got a lot of random things in the random folder here. We'll call it Skelly small. And then we'll find a bigger Skelly when he gets fed the jerky. It's bound to happen at some point. Although these might be older videos. This one's from 20 hours ago, so At some point, you would think Skelly would get some jerky. It's not on there very long. Alright, let's try to find another video. This one's from 2 days ago. Whackers is there. Oh, I actually watched this stream. Or at least the end of it. Maybe it's just happening too fast that it's not showing up in the preview. Oh, there it is. We got Big Skelly. Let's grab. Come on now. Hey, come back. Why you gotta be like that? We missed it. It happened, I saw it happen. I didn't get a time code. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we'll get it with the jerky in the mouth. That's even better. All right, 1249, just in case it goes away. Where is the snipping tool? Oh, I should check my levels also. Okay, everything looks okay. I was a little worried because I remember I had things turned way up last night, but OBS, yeah, I don't know. It didn't save that, so whatever. All right, so there's our new image. We'll save that as well. Call it Skelly Big. And this is the one we're gonna use, so we're just gonna copy that. We can close that. We can close this. And we'll make a new 160 by 144. And we'll paste that. And we'll make it fit. Tell you what we'll do, we'll make another one and we'll paste it there so that way we can reference it as a whole, because I think we might want to change the layout of its hands so it's got more of like a scary pose, right? Alright, so next thing what we'll do is we'll actually just change the opacity on this so it's not so overwhelming. And then we can just draw in what we want. And I'm gonna do this on the stylus, so on the graphics tablet. So we'll do the old switcheroo. head over to this guy here. Is this not working for whatever reason? The pen die. Should be plugged in. Alright, let's plug in the pen. That doesn't seem to be fixing it, interestingly enough. Did something get unplugged? Seems to be fine. Is it? There it is, the I key. For some reason, that does something weird. Changes everything. Alright, so let's just trace this guy. Hey Pio, how you doing? Welcome in. So yeah, we're gonna trace Skelly here. We're on the wrong layers, so that's not gonna work. There we go. So Skelly is a friend of the stream, so they get a cameo appearance. Otherwise I probably wouldn't try to trace it. And the other thing is that we tried to do a like a freehand drawing of it, and it was really difficult. Bones and pixel art are a tough combination. Pio says, I'm currently setting up a Redbubble account. Oh, cool. There's a zigzagoon in chat if they want to try to pokecatch. I can't spell today. We'll kind of have to guess what it looks like without the jerky, but shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, it sure is hard to see what it is. Like, the other wing back there. Let's increase the opacity a little bit here so we can see better. So we'll lower the wing a bit and maybe like give it some like bat wing looking winginess. So we'll just like break this up a little bit. This will be like the shoulder blade, and then this will be the collarbone. And then that's like its other arm. We'll just kind of ignore that for now. We'll get the leg in there. Big Lumbee, welcome in. Thanks for getting first, and thanks for checking in. How you doing, Lumbee? So this is like the coccyx. This is the top of the femur. And then this is like the spinal cord still. This is like a joint for the plastic figurine. And then this is like More of the spinal cord here, yeah. Okay, so all of this is spinal cord. Then this is the wing. So we should probably have the wing extend. Looks like it was photoshopped out originally. Although that doesn't look very good. Looks like it should come from here. And then something like that. Let's zoom out a bit. Turn off the reference here. The wings look small, or at least this one does. Let's wing it. The technical term. Yeah, let's do something else with the wings, because they're kind of in a weird pose anyways. And then we need to do something with the arms also. Like this is where the arm comes from. So let's figure that out real quick. And if we look at how they did the wrist, it's just one lump of plastic here. And then another lump for each finger. Yeah, that looks really bad. But we can kind of adjust things. And then the other one is kind of... Oh, we drew... This is actually the back leg. And we drew the front arm. So this is where the neckline ends, and then this is where the arm begins. So we'll do like a similar pose. Yeah, these dragon paws really aren't claw-like. So the wings would probably be up. It's got one too many legs. So if we were to like base the wings off of a bat, right, then it would have like a thumb, right? And then everything else would like be fingers from that thumb. Something like that. And then we can try to do the same thing on the other side. It's a little bit difficult because the horn's in the way. And then this doesn't need to be there. It'd be more like that, kind of hidden a bit. Maybe make these a little bit more pointed. Then it needs a tail. Kind of have like that shape. And then we could have it come back in. Tail's gotta have spikes on them, right? Alright. I think we need to clean up the mouth so it has teeth. So that looks pretty good. Let's give it dark spots in the nostrils, even though the plastic figurine doesn't have that. That's okay. And then it looks like there's some type of like bone structure there for the orbit of the eye there, and then some type of like fin here. And then these are like horns. Alright, let's clear up the eye a bit here. And then maybe a couple of the details here. Alright. I think we're onto something. Let's give it some colors so it's easier to understand here. And let's actually switch to the mouse again. I'm gonna sip on my tea some more. Alright, so we'll start with the white. Clearly we missed a spot. Actually, I'm thinking we do this shade for the wings so we can see that it's behind. Oops. Oh, this is actually part of the wing there. That as well. This is that. Whoops. That, and then for the eyes, I think we should do like this color, and then this color, and I don't know. Maybe that, like that. Maybe give it like some darker circles so it doesn't look like it's part of the bone. We'll probably change the claws up a bit. But for now, this is, you know, a work in progress. The shape of this radius is, yeah, the radius or the ulna. I can never remember those ones. Is the radius the smaller one? I think the ulna is the smaller one, and the radius is the bigger one. Yeah, because I shattered my radius. And radius is part of the wrist there, where the... Actually, I broke the ulna, too. Theo, how you doing? But yeah, the ulna break wasn't nearly as bad as the radius. The radius took the brunt of the fall, and the ulna was just kind of, you know, broke once and that was it, or the ulna shattered. Or I'm sorry, the radius shattered. So I think we need to do something with these so they look a little bit more like bone. So maybe we just do these, fill in these gaps here. So if these are bones, we should probably follow the same bone rules. Give it like a thing. No, there's like a whole bunch of bones in the hand that we won't be able to draw here. But we can try to give that impression maybe. Technically, there would be 2 bones here, right? That way, there would be like a, or there would be 3 bones. You'd have like another radius ulna combination, and then a shit. I can't remember what that one's called. The one that the bicep connects to. This should be shaded in. Easy Perp, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for checking in. Hope you're having a lovely day. We're doing Skelly from Infinite Metal stream. Not sure if you checked out Infinite Metal yet, but they have an awesome stream. Last night they were doing retro races. I think it was last night. And yeah, last night. They host the retro races. They had 5 people playing Kirby. That looks really astronomical. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, everyone check out Easy Perp if they haven't yet. Easy Perp's got a really cool stream. They do pixel art and Unity development, as well as they play some games, and they have a game on itch that you should check out called Aria Quest if you want to give them some feedback and test their Metroidvania. It's really cool. We tested it here on stream, and they've added some things or adjusted some things since the stream, so I was happy to help with that. But yeah, I appreciate the compliment. We mostly traced it from that, but as you can see, one of the wings was photoshopped out, or I guess it just like, I guess that's the whole wing, mostly behind its head. And then this wing is kind of a bad pose, and then also the arms were kind of in a bad pose. You can see it's like, this is the full image, and then we're trying to crop it so the face is a little bit bigger. Here's the jump scare we did yesterday. But yeah, this is where we're at today. It's not perfect, but we're cleaning things up little by little here. It's kind of hard to tell what the hell is going on here in the middle. But this is actually supposed to be the joint from the wing, so we can get rid of that because we rolled our own wing. And then yeah, we should like fix it so this is all ribs, I guess. Because if we look at the image, it's like a plastic toy, right? So all the ribs are connected, and like the body's like a tube. So we're trying to take that shape, make it look a little bit more bone-like. Kind of looks like crap though. The bones just kind of end and start however they feel like, willy-nilly. We should try to not do that. That looks a little bit better. And this is like the hip bone, or the coccyx. I feel like the nose looks a little funny. I know we kind of traced it from the image, but like it's like kind of a funny angle. As you can see, it's got this big... Oh, I guess that's the wing. That's why it looks funny. Because we traced it thinking it was part of the nose, but it was actually part of the wing. So the nose should actually just end here. All of this is wing. But it still looks funny. Let's try to make it look less funny here. There's a Ursering in chat. Ursering? Ursering? I'm so bad with Pokemon names. This tooth looks stupid. That looks a little better. Yeah, I'm not really a dragon drawer. I used to be when I was like 5th grade. I used to draw the Shivon dragon quite a bit. But mostly I was trying to capture what was on the card. Not really trying to do my own thing ever. This could probably be a tooth here. Alright, we've got ad in progress, and it seems like a good time for me to make some more tea. So we're gonna take a break and make some more tea. Thanks for hanging out.
I almost gave you the wrong shit, man.
Hey, back from the ad break. Got my tea. Welcome in, Fizzy. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for, oh, the Pyrotoad didn't work. Is it because I was in an ad? Probably. I know, it just, sometimes, it just doesn't work. Gotta refresh via DoTube and then it works. I don't know why. I tested it earlier. But, like, during the stream I tested it. Or before, right before it, rather. But now we're at Pyrotoad. Yeah, everyone should check out Fizzy. How was the rest of Helldivers 2? Did you spread democracy for the Catos? How is you? I am doing well. How are you? How was the rest of your stream? Had a great time? Nice. One of these days we'll have to play together. I think I'm like level 77 or 78 or something like that. I don't play very often though. But it's a fun game. I haven't played since, well, I played, I don't know when the last time I played, a couple weeks. Izzy would be totally up for this. Yeah, we'll have to exchange friend codes or whatever on Steam. Because I would like to do that. Of course, my schedule is always kind of weird, but I'm sure we could work something out. Yeah, I haven't played the robots in forever. Not since they updated things. So it's kind of cool to see the differences and stuff. This looks weird. What is going on with that? What is that supposed to look like? We're tracing this image, which is actually from Infinite Metal's stream. He's got this little companion named Skelly on his stream, and we're putting them in our video game. But yeah, this, I don't know what this is supposed to be. I think I don't know what it's supposed to be. Robots was fun. Nice, nice. What's going on, Cyfix? How you doing? Welcome in. We can give you a shout out, Cyfix. Cyfix is a new upcoming streamer, and yeah, they've been playing Fall of Avalon and the Spice game, Dune Awakening. Ooh, it's fancy. Yeah, Infinite Metal stream is really cool, Fizzy, if you're not familiar. Actually, Kixie and Indie Maniac introduced me to The Spice Must Flow, indeed. Kixie and Indie Maniac introduced me to Infinite Metal, and I've just been so impressed with their stream. Let's give them a shout out as well. So if you haven't checked out Infinite Metal, they have a really cool stream. They play retro games, and they have Skelly, who looks like this, or this rather. And you can feed Skelly jerky, like shown in the image. And then, so Infinite plays the role of Skelly as well as himself. And then they've also got a duck. So like, there's like, even when there's not much going on, there's a lot going on. And then all of the characters are reacting to chat. He's got a really cool educational moment redeem, and there's like a fish redeem and a laser beam, or the fish shoots a laser, and then there's like lightning, and then you can light Infinite on fire, and there's like a whole bunch of stuff going on with it. And I was surprised to learn that he hasn't fully automated things. Like, some of them are starting to get automated, but when I first met him, none of it was automated, so it was really interesting to watch him make it all work. Infinite is crazy good at voice acting. I thought Skelly was a different person for several hours when I first saw his stream. Yeah, he's really good at switching between them. Every once in a while you can tell that he doesn't quite switch. Usually it happens right when Skelly's about to get banished. He'll start speaking for himself in Skelly's voice and kind of like realize it. But yeah, I mean, honestly, you can't blame him at all. I mean, doing that must take a lot, and you know, like any streamer, you're bound to have some little mistakes or whatever, and it's pretty perfect the way that it is, to be honest. A lot of fun on his stream. Yesterday they were doing, they were hosting races where these retro gamers were racing on a Kirby game, and it was really interesting to watch. But yeah, we're just kind of fixing up the pixel art here. Things are a little bit sketched, and we're trying to unsketch them.
Hello there!
Scuff inevitable, yeah. I mean, it's like, you can't even really call it scuff. It's just him doing his thing, and like sometimes it just, you know, you can only do so much, right? I mean, like every once in a while my voice cracks, you know, my voice will get dry, and like I just roll with it at this point, you know. Like I imagine it's a little bit like that when he does the wrong voice. But then Quackers is cool because Quackers, he has like buttons on his keyboard that are different like variations of Quacker speak, but they're all Infinite's voice, so it sounds like quack 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 quack, which is fucking hilarious to me because ducks, you know, they have a very distinct quack 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 quack. They don't really say quack, right? But Quackers definitely says quack. Quack, 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 quack. Something like that. And it cracks me up. Yeah. Indeed. But yeah, super cool streamer, very cool person. They've played 2 of my games so far, or tested rather. And they gave me great feedback that I was able to work from, which is always important. Sometimes you get feedback that's like, it's technically feedback, but it doesn't do anything for you because you can't do anything with it. It's not actionable, right? But Infinite's feedback was quite actionable. I feel like this should be dark, right? Like you're looking inside the skeleton there, between the rib cage and the collarbone, right? Because there would be muscles there, like connecting things. His stream can be a bit of a fever dream at times with how much is going on. Yeah, no, that's what I like about it though, you know, because even when there's like not a whole lot going on in chat, even if there's like 2 or 3 people, he still has this flow, and it's just like a rolling stone. It just keeps going, and it's like, you know, when people start being active in there, it definitely sprinkles more to it, you know, and he can kind of, you know, roll with what people are doing. But as soon as people like become less active, he's like right there keeping it active, and that's hard for me as a streamer. I always feel like I can do one or the other, but having to switch gears is always kind of hard for me. I always end up getting kind of silent when I'm used to reading the chat, and then all of a sudden the chat stops being active, and then I'm like, I have to like actively think of something to say, and then I go into story mode, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that, but I have to like tell myself like, okay, think of something to say here because it's gotten quiet. I imagine normal people do this, like when there's like awkward silences and stuff, right? I say normal people do this because I never really let awkward silences bother me. I just kind of like, you know, acknowledge the fact that like you can't be talking all the time. And some people don't like that. Some people are like, you have to have conversation if you're in the same room as someone. You have to be talking about something. You can't just stand there and look at things. I think this is looking better. There's still a few little things that I'm noticing that could be cleaned up a bit. Yeah, I normally just keep rambling about the game I play. Yeah, it's a little bit easier when you have something that you're playing, and then I do the same thing with art. I'll just ramble about what I'm thinking or about, like, you know, whatever concept I'm trying to make work or whatever, the theory behind it, or like what I learned in school, that kind of shit. But sometimes it turns out I'm like, and then this pixel here, and this pixel there, and this pixel there, and this pixel there, and no one wants to hear that. And or like the same thing when I'm doing some tedious task in like GB Studio, be like, and then I'll paste this event here and copy this event and put that event here, and like, you know, Fizzy just meows. Meow. I don't think meowing would work. Maybe I should bang something with a hammer. That might not sound that great. I've been meowing. I made a cat in my game that you can meow, and there's like a normal version and a scary version. Purrs work too. I don't know if the mic will pick up a purr because I've got a noise gate and a noise suppressor. It might think that it's noise. But if we take a look, you can see I've got a cat here. Oh, we'll cancel that. If we hit this eyeball, you can see the cat there. So this cat makes a normal meow, and then this cat makes an unhinged meow.
Here comes a big one.
Wallace, welcome in. How you doing? Busy uses nose suppressor. Is that so you can make more noises? I found the suppressor to be helpful when I was living at my mom's, when like the hardwood floors would always be creaking and stuff like that. But also it helps for like a mouse click or a keyboard click or something like that. But mostly the noise gate works for that kind of stuff, because then like little tiny clicks don't go through. But then also like if I like make certain sounds, like a whistle doesn't go through for some reason. I think noise suppressor takes care of that. I have no idea how my setup works. I just know sound somehow gets to Twitch. Well, usually it's through a microphone. PC is separate. All walls soundproof, use directional mic. Well, that's pretty cool. I have a condenser mic that's set to be directional, but it's a condenser mic, so it picks up echoes. You know, it picks up the whole damn room. But what I do is I don't like being like right on top of it, because I worry about my posture, and I don't have a booming mic arm. You use a condenser as well. Yeah. So what I do is I turn up the gain just a little bit on the mic itself, and then I use a compressor and kind of crank the gain on the compressor, and then I use a limiter to prevent it from ever getting too loud. So that way I can like scoot back pretty far. Like I'm actually like 5 feet away from the mic right now, and you can barely tell the difference. You probably hear more echo and stuff, and then the closer I get to the mic, like right now I'm just a couple inches away, and you probably can barely tell the difference, right? But 5 feet and 2 inches is pretty big difference typically. But yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the way that I set it up. I just used the mic on my camera I bought during COVID. Yeah, eventually you might want to look into like getting a better mic setup, because that will definitely help your stream. It helps anyone's stream. I remember the first mic I had, it was so bad. It's not, if you listen to those streams, it sounds like I was underwater. Like, and some people would just come in and be like, "Your mic sucks," and then they'd leave. Fizzy has 713 decibels ambient. Interesting. I use SE440 A. Cool. I will once I have a few consistent viewers. Yeah, it definitely helps to keep people from like bouncing off your stream if the audio is good. That's one thing I learned right away. Some people, they would just be like, they'd be like, "It's cool stream, but I can't hang because the mic sucks," you know. And sometimes you can't blame them either, because like, you know, if you can't hear the person over all the other noises in the room or with the game, like, you know. Infinite Metal, we got a surprise for Infinite Metal. What is this? What is this, Infinite Metal? Whoa. So how much do I have to pay for licensing on this image to put it in my game, Infinite? It's Skelly. But yeah, everyone should check out Infinite if they haven't. We just shouted you out actually not that long ago. But yeah, Infinite's got an amazing stream. They do really good Skelly stuff, and you have no idea, I guess. I hope it's fair use. Well, where did the image originally come from? That leaves me to wonder. Is it like I always thought that it was like a picture of a toy that maybe you had. Because it looks like a toy. But don't tell Skelly I said that. But yeah, we made a few adjustments. We set the arms in like a pose. Might have to change the claws up a bit. We spread out the wings a bit. It's from a Halloween decoration. Oh, cool. Is it your own Halloween decoration? Like one that you had? Or did you find it online? It's a really cool idea though. You know what it reminds me of is those Castlevania enemies. You probably know exactly what I'm talking about, but I'll bust out a picture. These. Skelly reminds me of one of these. One of these. I saw it and bought it and think it would be cool to turn into what Skelly ended up as. Oh, cool. So you bought it for your stream then. That's pretty awesome. Looks like a snake skeleton. Yeah, it does look like a snake skeleton, except that some images of it have arms. But also, a lot of dragons in like Japanese culture were snake-like, right? Oh, look at this. This is cool. Look at that. A 3D printed one. I like that. I kind of wish that I could get a 3D printer. I just don't think that it would be conducive with my place because of the fumes The fumes is pretty much it. I'd have to do it in my garage or something like that, and even then, like, the fumes would be too bad for like resin. I could probably do the PLA, but I'm not as interested in the PLA. I mean, it would be cool to do both, but I'm definitely more interested in the resin. Yeah, they did have wings. Yeah, some of them, yeah. But also there was ones that didn't have wings either. I mean, there's such a variety of old Japanese dragons or Chinese dragons. I had a Chinese water dragon that didn't have any wings. But it had arms, yeah. Oh, I don't know that. Cool. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of varieties of dragons. I think it came from the water, like, because they would see eels and stuff like that, and, you know, fish that look like eels, and I think they came up with the idea of dragons that way, and then they're like, well, why can't they fly? You know, it's just a, you know, can't blame them for that. Yeah, contrary to some very recent ideas, dragons have always been rather varied in their art and descriptions. Yeah, yeah. Which I think is really cool. I was always into art history in general, but Eastern art history, or even European art history is cool too. Yeah, they found giant snake fossils. Well, I think most dragons, like, the idea of dragons probably predates the discovery of fossils, because fossils are, if you look at like the grand scheme of things, they're kind of a recent discovery. We didn't always have the ability to excavate that deep under the earth, right? Because you kind of need some type of machines to do it. I mean, granted, they did have primitive machines that could dig pretty deep, and, you know, mining and things that existed for a long time now. But yeah, who knows when the first fossil was discovered? Maybe the internet knows. And they probably found things like ammonites and stuff like that. You might be surprised how many fossils actually come from the surface. Yeah, I'm sure, you know, things like in sedimentary rocks and stuff like that, plant fossils and stuff like that. But as far as, like, you know, dragon-looking bones, they probably didn't find anything like that too long ago. They probably found living creatures that looked like dragons first. But yeah. Saw some indications recently that Eastern and Western dragons really aren't all that related. It's more of translators figured that was the closest word. Yeah, that makes sense. So the earliest dinosaur fossil was found in 1824. But yeah, you're probably right that very, very early fossils, like smaller fossils and things near the surface, were probably found way a long time ago, and probably before modern, or before history even was being written, right? Granted, a lot of fossils aren't dinosaur fossils, right. They use them to drill for brine to get salt. Oh, keep in mind the Chinese had drills very early in their history, so it is possible. I know the Romans had some reference to dino fossils. Sure, but I'm talking about, you know, much older history. I'm not saying that they couldn't have done it, but I'm saying, like, you know, and you know, probably even like as old as, like, you know, what, like 4000 BC or some shit like that. Well, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. The time of Neanderthals, they probably found some fossils, right? But probably smaller ones. Probably not anything that would make you think dragon. I don't know. Who's to say? Because that was so long ago. No one was there to record this shit. But a lot of like Chinese art, you know, it's like probably based off of the sea life, I would think. It's the way it was described to me. But yeah, I think this is looking pretty good. I feel like we should probably do like some type of shading on it, so that way like each bone kind of has more three-dimensionality to it. And then do something with the background. Maybe we should do it contiguously so we don't get any like bleed over. It could be also based on hallucinations. That's a good point. That's a good point. I was always a fan of Terence McKenna's stoned ape theory. I don't know if you guys heard that. But at one point, when we were becoming Neanderthals, we left the trees, right? And went to the savannas. And there we found mushrooms. We were probably pretty hungry enough to try things like that. And there is a lot of evidence of animals that eat mushrooms even today. Pigs are a good example. But at some point we kind of we blossomed as a species and started doing art and developing language and some music, right? Music was part of it. And yeah, we kind of for no reason, just all of a sudden our cerebral cortex started expanding, right? And the frontal lobe changed in shape, and we started to understand things, and our visual acuity increased, and our hunting skills and our ability to farm and stuff like that just kind of came out of nowhere. Of course, different religions have different reasons for that, but from a evolution standpoint, it's kind of just like a weird, like, anyone's guess, right? But there is a definite link to shamanism and hallucinogens. That goes way back. Some of the first shamans were, you know, tripping, for lack of a better word. Cyfix says, I don't particularly believe it. I mean, I'm not saying I wholeheartedly believe it, but I do agree that hallucinogens do have an effect on the brain in many ways, and can help in a lot of ways. So it wouldn't surprise me if some aspects of our evolution were affected by hallucinogens in our diet. Yeah, also dolphins get high on pufferfish. Yeah, we talked about that in Kixie's stream, I think. I think discovering cooked meat is more likely to be responsible for it. Interesting. I'm not sure how cooked meat would expand our intellect, but I could see how it would change, you know, our digestion a little bit. But also, we probably started ingesting cooked meat by accident, right? Or perhaps a situation like the quest beast, a creature described in a pretty odd way comparing to familiar animals that was thought mythical, but some now think was probably just how someone that saw a runaway giraffe for the first time described what they saw. That's a good point. Back when things were primarily passed down through language, or songs even, things got, you know, telephonized, right? That's Skelly. I'm glad you recognize the likeness. Increased calories and decreased need for complex digestion for more energy to grow. I'm not sure if I fully understand the theory of that. Because I mean, I don't think we would really increase calories, because we probably would just eat the same amount, right? But hunting would probably have to come first before the increase of calories, right? Because you gotta come up with the food, right? So hunting and farming, agriculture, then you would get the increased calories. But something caused us to think of hunting and think of farming, right? We as, you know, primitive creatures, we were just looking for fruit, you know, gatherers. We were gatherers and probably omnivorous, eating insects and fruit mostly, and, you know, whatever, probably scavenge a bit too, you know, but obviously scavenging is probably not the best way to live, because you could die from scavenging, right? You eat the wrong rotting meat or whatever. Yeah, I mean, if you're in the middle of England and you've never seen a giraffe before, how would you describe it? Yeah, that'd be pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly indeed. And thanks for checking in, Tanker. Appreciate you being here. It would, because cooking can break down cells to increase calories and nutrients. Apes hunt as well. Well, yeah, gathering is a form of hunting in a way, right? Because you're hunting fruit and you're hunting spiders, right? You're gathering resources from the forest. But what I mean is like spear hunting and like agriculture, like. But cooking is another concept that had to be developed. It's a technology. So like something happened to cause us to form these new technologies, such as spear hunting, agriculture, and cooking our food even. Cooking, like I said, was probably more of a curiosity at first. It smelled good when lightning struck a tree and an animal happened to die inside of it, and for some reason it didn't burn all the way, so we ate it, you know, because we were probably, like I said, partially scavengers. If something smelled good, you ate it, you know. If it smelled bad, you didn't eat it, right? Just like the smell check of today. There is a correlation between childhood sickness and IQ. Not sure what you're trying to say by that. Agriculture came long after we were humans. So that's what we're getting at. We're talking about the period where we became capable of learning things and thinking, rationalizing things, developing technologies. something happened there, and it probably took a long time, but mushrooms being part of our diet might have had something to do with it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a definite thing. It is a theory. I used to be very interested in Stone Age history. Yeah, no, I am as well. Hold it right there. Are you trying to imply I am capable of rationalizing? Perhaps. I'm not sure. Individually, maybe not. But as a society, well, maybe not as a society either. But as a... You know, maybe we're just not as rational as I'm giving us credit for. You're right. I was going to say the nicest thing anyone has said to me. I guess not, though. Well, I, you know, who am I to judge you like that, Infinite? I only know you through what you say in Skelly's voice. And, that's all I know about you, really. The something that happened for agriculture was a large climate shift that destroyed grass that were the earliest forms of wheat, and some groups were able to figure out to grow it. What are you basing that off of? In Mesopotamian history, you mean? Because in the Mesopotamian books, they say that they were introduced to agriculture by beings that came from the heavens. Mesopotamia, yeah, so what they say firsthand, and we have their written documents, which is kind of funny, is that they were introduced to it, that they didn't come up with it on their own. And I think that's interesting in itself. I don't believe in it wholeheartedly. I think that's an interesting concept, though, that, like, it wasn't even their idea. But also, the first things that they were said to have grown were barley and hemp, which is funny to think that they were making beer and eating hemp seeds. And I'm sure they were actually there is accounts of them, written accounts of them burning cannabis in fires for the purpose of getting high off it, which is kind of interesting. You trying to imply Steve Jobs didn't give us the first agricultural fields? I don't think so. Someone once asked me if I thought there were other intelligent life in the universes. I answered, I don't think there's any intelligent life in the universe. Yeah. I mean, it's subjective, right? If you think something is intelligent, you know, then you need like a baseline for what intelligence is. I think you are just getting to a problem of communication at that point. Exactly. Semantics. we've got an ad in progress, so I'll hold off on reading chat until that's done.
I don't swim.
Oh, that's right. Cyfix has turbo though, doesn't he? I'm arguing off what I remember from a year ago as far as the Stone Age stuff goes. It's very interesting. Yep. Yeah, what did they call it? Prehistoric history, right? Or I like Neolithic. Neolithic has always been my favorite because it's like it's past you know, Neanderthals, but it's like before, like, you know, the Bronze Age, right? And Bronze Age is really interesting too. I always like the Bronze Age, but Neolithic I think is the most interesting. Let's just do this by hand. I don't know why I'm fighting the shading.
You were not hired for your brains, you hippopotamic landmass!
They did have a ton of knowledge about star and planet movements. I mean, yeah, to a degree, but they also had some really strange ideas about how it worked, right? But yeah, it's surprising how much, especially like societies that were like removed from the rest of the world, like Madagascar, for example. In Madagascar, there's a religion where they were like a tribe that had their own like astrology ideas, and they for some reason knew that there was a Sirius B, even though you can't see it with the naked eye, but they knew about it, and that was where they thought they came from. What's also crazy is that there's a North American tribe that thought the same thing, which is fucking crazy, right? That tribes on completely different parts of the world, both pretty well isolated for a good chunk of history, both came up with these concepts of, yes, there is a second star around that star, and that's where we came from. But of course, it's never like, that's where we came from. It's always like, that's where that's where the people who architected our DNA, created our DNA, you know, like the people who cloned us with apes and their DNA kind of thing, like fucking crazy shit. But I like that shit. I think that's interesting. I don't ever like prescribe to it, but like as a belief, but I think it's super interesting. Like the Mesopotamian stuff that is interesting. Any tribal religion is always interesting to me. Some is more out there than others. But I like to keep an open mind about things, and at the same time, not entirely believe in any of them. I've always kind of been that way. The Seven Sisters constellation. Yeah, I heard that too. I don't fully remember all of it though. Yeah, I think they were more mathematically advanced than we think they were. I think in general history is far more advanced than we think, which is kind of interesting, right? Like the early analog computers and stuff like that. Like we just like to think that like, oh, they weren't smart because they lived a long time ago, and we're really smart because we live today. When the reality is that like in like the last like 4,000 years, things probably haven't changed all that much compared to like, you know, I don't know, 10,000 years ago, right? Things were probably really fucking different back then. And then like the last, you know, even the last 2,000 years, things have been politically kind of the same, right? I mean, granted, we have, you know, medical science and stuff like that, which is wonderful. But a lot of the problems that we were facing back then, we still face, just in a different way. Yeah, some of the Hindu religions are also quite interesting. Yeah, Hindu is very fascinating for sure. Hinduism. Yeah, I went to a Hindu temple one time for a religion class. That was really, really interesting. At some point in the very distant past, there should have been 7 visible there. Right. The one of them was like a wandering constellation or a wandering planet, or I don't even know, something like that. Wandering star. The difference is they didn't have access to global trade to make things. You'd be surprised, man. I mean, if we look at early megalithic structures as an example, for some reason we have the same type of advanced building techniques that we just figured out like two or 3 years ago all over the world, and that's kind of mind-blowing, right? So this could predate the giant flood that like religions, you know, depict as like, you know, a massive extinction event kind of thing. South America all the way to Vietnam all have megalithic structures, and everywhere in between. And that's fucking mind-blowing. A lot of them use the same technique of the incendiary, quote, mortarless massive stones that are like kind of ventrified together. And we're just learning now that they used an acidic incendiary mortar to do that. Before that, we're like, I don't know how they did it. How could they get those stones so tight together and they look like they're sculpted together, but they're so massive stones? Well, that's how they did it. Cool. Possibly, I know most religious have a flood. Yeah, pretty much every major religion has a flood in their story. But chances are that, you know, it's probably happened quite a few times in like the history of the planet, right? Or at least the history of living creatures on the planet. And it's probably a cyclical thing. In fact, there could be another great flood approaching in, you know, the distant future, or, you know, the next couple thousand years, two or 3,000 years. We don't know. We could make guesses all day, but no one really knows. There is a map of Antarctica. There's a map of Antarctica without ice on it, which is interesting. Somehow they mapped Antarctica, and we know that the poles change. So at some point, in apparently human history, when we had the ability to write maps, there was someone who circumvented, circumnavigated around Antarctica and mapped the coastline, which was not covered in ice apparently, because the ice changed the coastline. Yeah, ice ages are a thing. Yeah. Like the movie. In zero gravity, when things turn for long enough, eventually they flipped. So it's possible Antarctica was in a warmer part of the planet. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Where they like spin a top in space, and eventually it flips, and then it flips back again and flips back again. I don't think our flipping is that drastic, but we know that the poles move, our magnetic fields move and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't understand why. There is physics behind it, and I've understood it before, but I couldn't explain it to you. I'm not a physicist. This isn't Star Talk. But that is a known phenomenon, for sure. But there's also, you know, other things, like on the galactic level, right? Our galaxy is on a wobble, right? So I think most systems in space, most celestial systems, are probably on a wobble as well. I mean, why would anything be perfectly flat all the time, you know? It would make sense if it dipped one way and then the other, you know, but in like a 3D cylindrical fashion, right? Welcome to Rick's Math and Physics Challenge. Yeah, I'm not trying to challenge math or physics, but I do like that stuff. I like physics more than math. There's parts of math that are enjoyable. Oh, challenge. Or channel, not challenge. I got you. Yeah, no, I studied art. I honestly, I don't have my notes anymore. I don't know what the fuck happened to my notes, but I took really good notes in art history too. That we like had to. That was like part of the class. And I don't have my big ass art history book yet back there either. I think my dad might have thrown that away, which is unfortunate. It was a fucking expensive ass book. Let me see if I can find it online.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
So it's like $208 for the hardcover, which is what I had. But there's 2 volumes of it. A $200 book. I wish I still had that. Okay, not too bad as far as textbooks. $200? Yeah, that's pretty bad for a textbook. It was definitely the most expensive one. I think the marketing book was only like $90. But the Stockstead one that I had was a hardcover, the art history book. The marketing book was only a paperback, and I did sell the marketing book. Although honestly, that's like the one book that I wish I would have kept. Right? Well, that, and I didn't plan on selling or getting rid of the art history, but like I said, my dad kind of threw away a bunch of my stuff when I moved out, so I don't know if he saved it or not. I kind of wish that he did, but I don't think he did. Seems ridiculous to me to throw away books, but my dad does not save things. Except for his records. He saved his records. Indy could probably use the marketing. I could use the marketing book. I hated the class when I was in it. Fucking sucked. I did learn a lot, but man, it was like pulling teeth to try to fucking learn that shit at the time. I feel like it'd be easier now that I actually like sell products and stuff like that and own my own company and all that shit. But like at the time I was just like, I just want to make art. Like, how am I supposed to think about making art when you're teaching me all this stuff about making money? Like, you don't make a whole lot of money as an artist, so it becomes important apparently to actually try to make some. But yeah, it's really hard to be an artist when you're trying to think of ways to make money at it, because it kind of ruins the art in a lot of ways if you're not careful. Or even if you are careful, it definitely changes things. Art can be fragile. The artist's mind is a fragile thing. For what? What could I use the marketing book for? For marketing. To reference marketing material and stuff like that, you know? I am a marketer, that's part of my job. Game dev has a lot more to do with marketing than you would expect. Also, that's what Indy is using marketing for. That's what he's trying to do with his marketing career, is market for indie devs. Which is a tough thing to do. Yeah, money is important. Yeah, I mean, it is and it isn't, you know? You gotta get by, but as long as you get by, you're good. I think a lot of people get greedy and they think that money's like the goal when it's not. There's a lot more things that are more important than money in life. 100%. Sometimes it's hard to see that when you don't have money. But when you have money and then you realize like it doesn't buy you everything, then you start to realize there are things that are like very important that money can't buy for you. And sometimes people like burn bridges to get to that money and realize the bridges they burned were bridges to things that they need that they can't get anymore, like finding happiness and being joyful and having friends, or people that care about you and things like that, you know? I mean, you could probably always find people to take your money, but that's kind of the opposite of what people want generally. Oh cool, I figured he was looking for a pay increase. Who? The Indie Maniac? I mean, I think everyone is hoping for a pay increase. Indie. I think he's trying to become a marketer. I think that's why he's taking marketing class. He made it sound to me like he wanted to market indie games. Welcome in, Sloth the Fox. How you doing? But yeah, it's a tough sell. I know a few marketer people on Twitter and shit, and I watch them. I see them. I see them come and go. I see them stick around for a while. I see them stick around and still struggle. It's not an easy thing. The ones who make the ones who seem to do the best financially end up being kind of shitty people to work for or work with, and they end up kind of screwing people. So it's like, it's a weird thing. I think like hunger has a lot to do with it, right? When you're hungry, you do things, you know, on a metaphorical level, of course, not actually starving or anything like that, but when you're hungry for money, you do things that you know, they make you money, but they're not necessarily things that you'll feel good about later, right? But yeah, welcome in, Sloth. Hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out Sloth the Fox if they haven't yet. They do indie game development. They're friends with Cryptic, who is a mod on this channel. And Cryptic and Sloth the Fox work together. They're making a Anomaly game. So hopefully we'll see the Indie Maniac play that at some point. How you doing today, Sloth? Welcome in. Also, I play Valheim with Sloth. I thought you were on that team. On what team? In Cryptic and Sloth's team? I'm on a team with Johnny Manjiro right now, or Pyrotoad. But other than that, I'm pretty solo. Doing some Pal World, then gonna be doing more game dev in a bit. The game, Normality. So the Normality game is my project. They're doing an Anomaly game. I'm doing a Normality game. They're doing an Anomaly game. There's a difference. I'm telling you, there is. It's not a easy difference to understand, but there's definitely a difference. The game I'm making is a bit of a joke, to be honest. It literally started as a joke. But people are showing interest in it, so... And it's not like I'm not taking it seriously. It's kind of started as a joke. But, you know. One time I won an award for a game that started as a joke, so... There's always the possibility that joke games can be successful. Or games that start as a joke, rather. Because it's not like I'm trying to trick people into playing a game. I'm just making something that is kind of funny also. There's a layer of humor to it. It's not a very thick layer, but there is humor. But yeah, Sloth, I hope you have fun playing Pal World. I still haven't played that game. I saw it's for sale. But honestly, I wasn't really inclined to buy anything this sale. I was looking at all the sales and I was like, I should buy something. And I was like, do I really need to buy something? You know, I think I'm gonna buy this VR game that Justwall was telling me about. It's called T for God, I think, or something like that. T for God. Some shit like that. Yeah, Infinite, you might like it. It's a T game. It's called T for God. I know you like T, Infinite. There's a lot of great art that started as a joke and remained a joke, but it's such a good joke, we are all happy about it. Yeah, I'm hoping Frontrooms Normalities ends up that way. You know, it's actually been getting some good, not like really good press, but it's been getting some good like feedback on Twitch or on Twitter. Sorry, a couple people have been like, that's a good unique idea, you know, and it's funny because I have to say like, well, it started as a joke, but yeah, thank you. They had a big update recently that collaborated with Terraria. Oh, interesting. Dragonsmith, welcome in. How you doing? We're making Skelly. Well, rather we made Skelly. Now we're just shading them. Oops. It's kind of a weird way to do it, but it's working. Oops. I'm also confused. I'm okay, I'm also confused. What's confusing you, Dragonsmith? Clone Kitty, how you doing? Welcome in. How do you shade like that without having to do every pixel individually? So I'm using the gradient tool. So you can just kind of, you know, it's set to radial. You can do a linear one also. But it's kind of easy to control this, and then I've got it on a separate layer, right? So I can just kind of go over it and then fix things as I feel like it, you know? So short answer, I'm cheating, Clone Kitty. I'm cheating. I just have seen I have been banned on Fizzy's chat, and not gonna lie, I don't know why. You were banned on Fizzy's chat? Well, Fizzy was just here. That's very strange if you were banned on Fizzy's chat. I don't know if she's still hanging around, but are you friends with her on Discord or no? Maybe it was an accident. There is an ad starting soon, so we'll take a little break. I ran out of snoozes. But welcome in, everyone. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out. Well, we're back from the ad break. Just give me 1 second. I'm typing something to Johnny here. Alright, sorry about that. Johnny had messaged me. We've been talking about the cutscenes and the map and stuff. So I wanted to make sure that we got that across. But yeah, let me come back here. We're back. No, I was in her Discord, but I probably got kicked off of there too since I can't find it anymore. Jeez. Well, if you'd like, I can message her and see if something happened. I don't know if it's something that they would want me to discuss, so I can't tell you for certain that I can come up with an answer, because if Fizzy, you know, says something that they don't want me to tell you, then I'll be bound to secrecy. But I can reach out and see like, hey, you know, is everything cool with Dragonsmith? Yeah. If you want to do it, but I don't mind if you don't do it. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're concerned about why you were banned, I mean, that's, you know, maybe you can get some answers this way. I don't want to stick my nose if you don't want me to, you know. Well, I sent them a message. I'm not sure if I'll get a response. And like I said, I'm not sure if I'll even be able to share the response if I get one. But yeah, sorry to hear that. I hope that things work out, you know. I hate to hear about people getting banned and not even know what they did wrong. That's never fun. On the other hand, if you do know what you did wrong and you're just pretending, like that's not cool. But I get it. Sometimes things happen. Sometimes things happen by accident, you know? So like that's always a thing, you know? Maybe that's what happened. Maybe they thought you were someone else, or you know, who knows? All we can do is speculate at this point, and that doesn't really help us. But sorry to hear that. So yeah, I am doing it by hand now at this point. Well, I think the shading looks pretty decent. Maybe this leg needs some more of that, right? So we'll cheat some more for that. Then we'll clean it up. And maybe some of that for the tail and the femur. Oh, you were playing Helldivers and had the Twitch tab on mute, so maybe it was something that happened in game. Maybe you accidentally killed her. Oh no. Helldivers can be rough like that sometimes. NinjaBot360, hello, how are you doing? How are the vibes here? The vibes are chill. The vibes are pretty chill. We're making Skelly, the Skelly Dragon. High Wave, WSP. I'm not sure what WSP means, but welcome in, Personal Haiti. How you doing today? Remember you? Yeah, I remember you. Vaguely. Skelly looks really cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's actually based off of Infinite Metal's little skeleton Halloween decoration character named Skelly. Skelly's on his stream. We can shout out Infinite Metal again, because we're referencing their thing. A Dwago. But maybe I redeemed too many things before I closed Opera. Oh, maybe you over redeemed. Oh, interesting. NinjaBot, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, we're pretty chill people here. I see, that's so cool. Yeah. So I'm Infinite Metal plays my games, so I feel like I should give Skelly a little treat, give Skelly some fame, right? And throw them in my game. So that's what we did. A meow stick in chat if you play the Pokemon game. But yeah, how are you today, NinjaBot? Are you an artist? Are you a game dev? Are you just hanging? That's cool too. But if you are an artist or a game dev, I'm definitely interested in learning more. 80, please add my icon as an Easter egg, please, and thank you for reading my text, Mr. Dev. Well, I don't mean to disappoint you again, 80, but it's a big fat no from me. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna just put your icon in my game for no reason. But I appreciate you watching the stream. Let's see what Money Python has to say.
Oh, a beautiful save. I felt that one. Hadouken!
Some people are dumb.
Hurry up!
Sorry about that, I was just typing. Honestly, I want to come back to it some days, but right now I just can't seem to find the motivation. Oh, well, I did pass some time learning game dev. I even created some crude prototypes, but unfortunately, it's been a while since I last touched Unity. Oh, okay. That happens. It's unfortunate, but that stuff does happen. But yeah, you should think about getting back into it. I'm actually using GB Studio these days, and this is the game we're working on. It's actually for a game jam, a 3-month game jam, and I'm doing it all myself. And we're currently making another jump scare. Right now we've only got 8, and we're working on a 9th one. And it's an interesting game. It's called Frontrooms Normalities, and it's a reverse backrooms, reverse anomaly game. Dragonsmith is lurking. Thank you for the lurk. Sloth asks, what part of dev are you into? Sometimes it also helps to start small, because starting on big things can demotivate people. Well said, Sloth, well said. Sometimes, even when you are on something big, it's nice to take on a small project before the big project is done, and that can actually help get you back on track. Or you might end up realizing that the smaller project isn't what you want to, or the bigger project isn't what you want to work on, and the smaller project is, or vice versa, or yeah, you never know. Things change, and life changes. You go through changes, and things happen. I remember liking a lot of the coding part of the process, even the game design part. Then I went into trying to learn pixel art, Blender, and 3D modeling, and down the line I finished being demotivated because life happened. Yeah, life does continue to happen. And it will continue to happen. It's one of those things. Sometimes you gotta, take it in stride, and sometimes you gotta like learn how to compartmentalize things, or take small steps here and there, work when you can. Sometimes an hour a day is a good way to do it. If you can just manage an hour a day, that's helpful. Sometimes 30 minutes a day. Sometimes an hour a week is all you can get, and that's better than nothing. But yeah, I totally feel that. But coding's cool. I think Sloth is a coder. Or you find out new mechanics and stuff you want to add, and new project that you wouldn't have thought of without doing smaller bits. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I have a buddy who does most of the 3D modeling and 2D stuff. I lack motivation when looking at getting into that stuff. Sometimes you can find assets that you can get, so you don't gotta mess with 3D modeling. It's true. Assets can be a slippery slope though too. It can get very expensive very fast. You'll end up with a stockpile of assets that you don't need. I mean, that doesn't always happen, but it can happen, so you got to be aware of that. But yeah, having someone that you can turn to rapid prototype with, I think that's a smart idea, because then you don't have to worry about buying a whole asset pack when you're not even sure if it's going to work. So sometimes you just want like 1 or 2 assets and test that, and then you say, oh, this didn't work, this did work, let's do it more like this. And then you can kind of iterate as you go. And that's the best way to do development, I think, is to just like, make changes as you go and just kind of figure things out. There's communities where people are willing to do 3D work just for the experience too. That's an interesting concept. Personally, I don't really like getting work for free, but also like you gotta think that sometimes the work you get may or may not be the quality that you're looking for. But if you're just starting out too, then it's probably a decent match. I know I found assets that weren't the quality that I expected, and they were like paid, so. Luckily, I'm capable of making my own assets, so that's what I do. But yeah, let's get a background for Skelly here. We got really far on things, so let's make a new layer. Let's save it. So we'll go jump scare 9. And we'll call it, oh, that's not a 9. We'll call it Skelly. Why can't we name it Willy? Why would we name it Willy? This is Skelly. Do you not know Skelly, Sloth? Alright, Sloth, you have homework to do. So we're gonna shout out Infinite Metal again. So clearly you don't know Skelly yet. You gotta go to Infinite Metal stream next time you're streaming and summon the dragon and meet Skelly. You don't know Skelly. See, you gotta meet Skelly. You gotta meet Skelly, and then you'll understand the joke. It's important. This is homework, so write it down, put it in your notebook, put it in your daily planner, set a timer on your phone. Check out Infinite Metal's stream. They're fantastic. They played 2 of my games so far, and they'd likely play your game when it's ready if you ask. Because they're that cool of a person. Pew pew! So, a game that I've been working on for 7 years on and off, going on 8 years soon, is Retro Spaceball. And so, in Retro Spaceball, you shoot the ball, and it's kind of got like a block breaker vibe to it, but there's actually a lot more verticality to it, and the level scrolls vertically, and you can actually see it in the corner too. There's like a top-down thing and then like a vertical level, and I'm probably gonna remove some of the top-down stuff. It's in the process of getting cut. Like different things are gonna get cut from the game, and but yeah, you can wishlist it on Steam. But yeah, so I made all of these little overlay things for it. Like this one's cool. I have to say that looks really cool. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So it's like a mix. I call it a mix of shoot 'em up and pinball, because the ball definitely has like a pinball vibe to it, and then the shoot 'em up aspect obviously is a little bit like Galaga because you're stuck to the bottom of the screen, but the screen actually moves when the ball gets to the top of the screen, or the ship actually moves. Like the whole screen moves when you get to when the ball gets to the top in the actual game. So, but it's free to play if you wanted to check it out on itch, and then you can wishlist it on Steam. But yeah, it's kind of been on the back burner for a bit while I work on these Game Boy games, and I really like working on Game Boy games, so I took on another one, and that's what we're doing. But yeah, I would like to eventually figure out what the hell is going on with Retro Spaceball and do the scope properly and like get the game done, do that kind of thing. So, I wonder what happens if we use the outline on this layer. First, let's make a duplicate, and then we'll do edit, effects, outline. That actually works pretty well, doesn't it? Let's just do that, and then yeah, that looks pretty good. Kinda like that. Then I will surely play it. I think I'm going to go now. I have to go to sleep. Good rest of the stream. Well, thank you very much, NinjaBot. I appreciate you dropping in. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, thank you for playing the game. If you have any feedback, let me know. I'm always welcoming the feedback, and I'm going to be making changes to the game, so I'll definitely write it down and put it in my notes. Have a great sleep, and I hope you wake up feeling well rested. But yeah, Skelly looks pretty good. I like this. It looks like he's flying in. He's like, ah, I'm gonna get you. Maybe we can do one more layer of black gradient. Something like that. Kind of a hypnotic spiral thing going behind it, right? Because they're not exactly on top of each other. You get these weird, like, little patterns. I like it. I like it. Alright, let's save that. We'll export it. Oh. Then we'll throw it in the project folder. Assets, backgrounds, paste it. There's a Pokemon in chat. I almost said catch. There's a Pokemon in catch. If you want a Poke Chat. Let's create another jump scare. We'll copy this one. We'll paste it here. We do need to make a sound for Skelly. Now this is a rough one because Skelly has a voice, and I haven't practiced my Skelly voice enough. We might have to reference Indy's stream or Infinite stream. It's so hard to say Indy and not Infinite, or it's Infinite and not Indy. I don't know why, but it is. So we got the jump scare. Let's listen to the stream and hear Skelly's voice. Give me a second to find that stream again.
Last best of the worst was an
Let me get a piece of that action, Fox.
Wallace Lovecraft with the Star Fox redeem.
Stop whining.
Losing.
For like 48 hours thing. Okay, so I need to remember to do that like right after stream then. Nice. Oh, we got a bolt command used on the kick side.
Hey, I
Use
caught
that
the
off
Palmy.
of, the Steam DB page. Oh, gotcha.
So we're gonna watch this for a bit and get a reference for Skelly's voice.
Did I spell it wrong? That's why. Let's try that. There we go. Ow, why did you bring me out here for this? Why? I'm gonna get you for this. Yeah, but
That would be actually pretty funny just to record that.
how
It's
you
like,
doing,
why?
Indie Maniac?
Why?
Get a shout out
Why?
to the one, the only, the Indie Maniac, who plays a lot of indie games, who has actually suggested a whole bunch of indie game demos to me and indie games to me lately. So I will be trying to, and some of those are on my list that I'll be trying to look out for to see if we get a game coming up. But and I am looking for, I'm open to.
Did I go
plenty of
too far
suggestions
back?
for both indie and retro games to come up to. I have some idea of some of them. See, it's cheating. US PC Engine is cheating. It's the Japanese PC Engine, but I bought it anyway because it has stuff. Hey, Infinite, that's me. I'm back. Thank you, Indie Maniac, for bringing me out here so that I can torment Infinite for clearly losing all the games. Yeah, well, we're just having fun anyway. Fun? You think this is fun? You think anyone comes here to watch you have fun? No. We come here to watch you lose. To watch you lose and suffer. And also
To watch you
for the
lose.
jerky. That's
To watch you lose and suffer.
Pretty much it.
Pretty much it. I'm not very good at it.
I gotta play this game. Hold up. Yeah, you play. Why would you do that to me? Tanker, why?
Why?
I
Maybe
almost
we-
had respect for you.
Maybe
And
we
then
just
you
have
did
him
that.
say, why?
Multiple times, I might add.
Yeah, that might be funny. Let's give that a shot. I swear I clicked on it. Yes, there it is. Why? 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 That's pretty close. I don't think I can do it any better. But we'll make it creepy. So what we'll do is we'll add a new track and we'll paste it here and we'll reverse it. Or first we'll do the reverb, right? So we'll go to the end of it and then we'll add silence. We'll select the whole thing the whole thing. The whole thing. We'll add the reverb. And that's pretty good. We'll remove that and let's flip it. So we'll reverse it and then probably cut off like that. And then maybe make it a little bit smaller. So that changed the pitch, so we don't really want to do that. We're going the wrong way. So that's pretty perfect. So we'll take that and we'll normalize it. And then we'll compress it. A few times here, and we'll compress this one as well. And now alright, so I feel like I should fade this one in a bit. And I feel like this one is too loud now. So let's make that a little bit quieter. Why? I think it's funny. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Oh, we are in an ad. Sorry about that. But I think it's funny, so we'll export it. I mean, people will be confused about it, but it's only one of 9 jump scares, so. Alright, so now we've got that. We'll import it again and see how it does, how it looks, if it needs any adjusting. Audio, this one, this one, this one. Oops. Let's fade out the end just a little bit so that way there's no clicking going on. Alright, that's better. Oh shit, that was not the right. That was a 16-bit. We want a unsigned 8-bit. Welcome back from the ad break. Sorry I worked through that one. You didn't miss too much, just me editing the jump scare sound. Alright, so now we've got the 9th jump scare. We'll add that to the Skelly picture. I unmuted the tab. Right on. Well, welcome back. We made a sound effect for Skelly and we made the background. I think that's all you missed. Pretty happy with the way this turned out, although let's move these all down just a little bit. So if we have one more, then we have 10, which might be a good stopping point, but we could do as many as we want. But it's probably a good idea to do a U win screen, because the game actually needs that, where it doesn't actually need more jump scares, it just, like, it's a fun thing. This is the kind of thing we could put as in, like, we list the features. Thy Skelly is pettable. Well, I don't think Skelly would be too happy to hear that. I don't think Skelly would enjoy being pet. You might have to watch your fingers if you get too close to Skelly. He's got some teeth. And he's got an attitude. I don't know if you've met Skelly yet, but Skelly's got an attitude. But yeah. So we could make changes to make it appear in the build, but we're probably going to add another jump scare to evenly round things off, so there's no point in making those changes now, because we'll just have to change everything again. Because the way it works is there's like a random variable. 0 through whatever number, and then the number has to be divisible by 8, and then we have to divide that by how many jump scares there are and put less than, greater than variables for each one. Fingers are replaceable. I don't know if that's true, actually. One time I was working at a frame shop and this guy had cut off a good chunk of his thumb. And for some reason the manager put him on the saw. I was like, what are you doing putting that guy on the saw? And then sure enough, he made mistakes on the saw. He wasn't the only person who made mistakes on the saw. And another, a woman that was working there got her thumb stuck in the joiner and bled everywhere because the joiner put his like pneumatic pressure yeah, I guess she went to a vet to get it fixed is what they said, which is fucking crazy. But we had a friend who was a vet and didn't want to go to the hospital, so she got stitched up by her friend who was a vet, apparently. Word on the street anyways. So the cobweb, the crack, the bloodstained hand. What is this one? What's the difference in this one? I don't know. This one's the conjoined twins. But what's the difference between these two? Oh, the blood. That's a hard one. The blood underneath the picture frame. That's a hard one. But the U windscreen. The only ideas that we've gotten so far was to do a cake for the U-Win, like a gross cake. So if we've got any more ideas on what to do for the U-Win screen, I am all ears. I like the cake idea, but it would be cool to do 3 different U-Win screens for the 3 different difficulties. And there is a Pokemon in chat if you play the Pokemon game. But yeah, I wonder if we should do a jump scare, an end screen, or if we move on to the fishing game. Demon Fish Dead Ahead. It is 7 o'clock. We've been streaming for 3 hours already, which is interesting. It took 3 hours to implement this and the sound effect. The sound effect only took a few minutes. I think we were mostly chatting, but it was difficult to clean all that up and get it just right. And I still don't feel happy about the claws, but they're not too bad. This one's a little funny, but it works. No one caught the Pokemon. I wanted to clean this one up too. Like, there's still some of the original sketch like showing through. Kind of adds, it gives it character. But this one's so clean, you know? The only thing I don't like about this one is that this eye stands out a lot more than all of the other eyes. And it's not that bad, it's just, I don't know. This one's kind of sketchy too, like this part and this part. The feet look kind of bad. The legs look kind of hairy or something. Like the black speckles on the eyes feel out of place a little bit. The fire doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look perfect either. It seems really sketchy. The bat, yeah, I don't know, the hands feel weird. There's like little pixels, weird places. This one, I feel like it could use more texture in this area. You know, maybe if we did something similar like that on each of the scales. This one actually looks pretty good. This one looks pretty good. This one looks pretty good. And this one looks pretty good. And this one looks pretty good. So 1, 2, 3. You know, this one, yeah, it could probably get cleaned up just a little bit. Like little things like the pixels there. These little pixels, like, and that little pixel, like, fix some of that maybe. Like this bit there and that bit there. Some of it just looks ugly. And yeah, again, like these weird black strokes and straight pixels. And then yeah, this one just, you know, more things. But yeah, you know, honestly, I'm, you know, not to gloat here, but I sit in a lot of pixel art streams and people take a long time. They'll spend more than a day on something this size. So I feel like I'm going pretty quickly through, and that's probably why they're a little bit sketchy. So maybe going back and spending another hour or so fixing things wouldn't be so bad. I do like the spider. I think the spider turned out good. Yeah. Let's save it. I need more tea already. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we try to draw the end scene. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way this turned out, considering how much trouble we were having trying to do it like freehand. And yeah, I think the answer was just tracing the image, right? Because the likeness is there now. It looks like Skelly, you know, it doesn't look like some type of bone dragon wannabe. It looks like Skelly. I think Infinite was pretty happy with it, so that's a plus. Maybe they'll play my game. I'm gonna need testers. That's for certain. Alright, let's make a new file. Let's get rid of that. That's weird that that's there. We'll do 160 by 144. We'll get our grid out, and we're gonna make a cake. Right, and again, we're probably going to make 3 different cakes unless we come up with better ideas. And maybe we do a quick search online and see if there's like better you win screens that we can reference. Probably not. It's not as easy to find this type of stuff. I'm not seeing anything. Getting a lot of you died screens, but that's different. So maybe we just wing it. I don't know. Alright, so cakes are usually cylindrical. Trying to like envision what it should look like. And maybe we add a tier every time you win, right? So maybe the first one will just be like a 1-tier cake, right? So I'm thinking, what if it said "Welcome to the team," right? Because maybe it's like your employer is giving you this cake because you're like, you got the job because you made it through you figured it out kind of thing. And then maybe we do, let's turn off symmetry. Maybe we do like letters that say like, welcome. And then we'll do, so this is the trick I learned earlier. You can actually see the fonts if you like, if you select and drag. Which was always like a thing that I hated about I lurk and mute again. Well, enjoy your lurk. Something I always hated about Aseprite was that it doesn't just show you the fonts, but you can see them. They don't look very good. But if you do this, that might help you find the font that you're looking for. And this is actually the one we're looking for. So we'll double click that one and we'll do it in this color. And 40 is gonna be too big. Let's do 10. That's too small. Let's do 20. That's perfect, but it's the wrong color now. Welcome. Maybe it's a little bit too big. Alright, so yeah, let's make some adjustments here. So alright. So maybe we do make it all black. We need to clean it up clearly, otherwise it's impossible to read. I don't mind that it's kind of, you know, messy, but it can't be impossible to read. Let's just delete this and throw that there. Remove that. So welcome looks okay. There's a lichen rock. Is that like a were rock? In chat? There's a were rock in chat. Alright, we should probably just reuse that tea. All right. We've got the text layer. Let's I don't know. I feel like it should be filled with eyeballs. Right? Like maybe there's like a layer of eyeballs. So that means we got to make a couple cylinders. We can just use what we have though, so that's helpful. But yeah, this will take a lot to clean up. But, you know, that's art for you. Sometimes you gotta do it the hard way. So we'll do this one, and then this one, and then this one, that one, that one. Perfectly normal eyeball cake, right? Now we gotta give it some eyeballs. So we gotta come up with like a plan for what an eyeball should look like. Oops. That looks pretty good, but let's see what it looks like with this color instead. I think it looks more creepy like that, and we could do like those along the edge. We can just kind of take this, like, just take the things we need here. Oh, did it again. Oh, I missed the ad break. I wanted to make more tea. I may not make it 20 minutes without tea. Looking pretty gross. Could be grosser. A Chingling in chat. Alright, so back on the cake layer, let's fill in these. And then this. And maybe we like put some candles in there or something like that. But I don't know how to make a candle creepy. Wonder if we can make this like dripping out, right? Seagoat, welcome in. How you doing, Seagoat? If everyone should do me a favor and check out Seagoat. Good, we're doing good. Check out Seagoat. They're a pixel artist who makes pixel art for games. They have a super cool stream. And they are hosting a game jam, or a pixel jam, art jam. Sorry, that was hard for me to say. An art jam, which is super cool. And yeah. So definitely check out Seagoat. They're a very cool person. But yeah, we're making a windscreen for the Normalities game. Earlier we made Skelly. It's almost over, only a few days left. Yeah, I hope it went well. I hope it's been going good. And I hope that you made something cool, right? Made many cool things, rather. But I hope your final piece is turning out well. This is what we worked on today. It's based off of Infinite Metal's sidekick, Skelly. Thought we'd do a little reference so that way when Infinite plays it, they can be excited that Skelly is there. I need to work on it. Gonna work on it this weekend stream. Cool. I'll have to drop in. See how it's going. But yeah, this is what we worked on earlier, and now we're working on this. Welcome to the team. I think the first one will be like a welcome to the team cake, and then maybe like the hard level one, because there'll be like 3 different difficulties. On the highest difficulty, maybe it's like employee of the team or something, or what do they call that? MVP. Maybe the second tier will be employee of the week, and the third one will be like MVP. Or employee of the year. Maybe MVP is better. All-time MVP. I don't know, there won't be as much room because we're gonna do like a 3-tier cake. So maybe it would go on the sides. But then we wouldn't have as much room for the gross stuff. But we could do like a gross figurine on top, like a wedding cake. I don't know how to make this grosser. We could probably do like goop on top. Like something like that. Have it spilling off the side. Busy week, just trying to get everything done. LOL. Got the art jam, game, and art fight, as well as some other side projects. Busy month. Right on. Yeah, I got a lot done on this month, for this game this month. And also a lot of Pyrotoad stuff done too. So it's been a pretty productive month for me. I'm glad to hear it's been productive for you as well. Productivity is the goal, right? And maybe this side's more of like a splatter, right? Bloom Kitty says, an art jam sounds fun, less overwhelming to think about trying to do everything for a game and just focus on one thing. Oh yeah, I definitely recommend art jams. And I'm pretty sure there's still enough time to do something for Seagoat's art jam. You know, you might not have all the time, but you could still do something interesting, something cool. I'm sure Seagoat would appreciate that. But yeah, one of my favorites is the pixel art jam. the Game Boy pixel art jam. I'm not sure. Usually that's in like November-ish, I want to say. But they've been doing it the last couple years. So hopefully they do it again. Guess there's no guarantee. I'm not very good at splatters, to be honest. Trying to make something that's like random and yet like, I don't know, like organically shaped randomness that makes sense, but also like, you know. What if we did like a knife sticking out of it, like a murder weapon knife? I think that's a nice touch. Let's do this blood on a different layer. That will make things a lot easier. Oops. Nice. There should be a little bit of a stab wound, right? Maybe just one pixel. That looks good. Welcome to the team. I feel like there should be some type of like shading in the cake. So maybe we do, let's do white. It actually kind of looks better at an angle. It's a little bit too much. Something like that. And then you go the other way with this. Of course, then we're losing the blood. Something like that, and then maybe we use the radial one for this. I feel like we should clean this up manually though. I like that. I do feel like needs some type of like shading on the bottom. We got the plate. The plate should probably be this white color. Oops. There we go. But yeah, like we need the we need like another like circle. Something like that to make it look more like a plate. And then some type of shading as well. So maybe we do the something like that. The gross cake, yeah. Whose idea was that? Your idea, Cloned Kitty? It was someone's idea in chat. Was it yours? Someone was like a gross cake, and I was like, yeah, a gross cake. That's not a bad idea. It was, okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for the idea. I think we'll do the first one like a welcome to the team cake, obviously. The second one will be like a employee of the week gross cake, and then the third one will be like MVP. I'm glad there are eyeballs in it. Yeah. I think we'll make them grosser as we go. Yeah, I think the next step is add some blood to the plate, right? So like this color, and then just kind of like, oops, we'll have to fill in the around the outside there, like, you know, a little bit of blood splatters, right? Nothing too crazy. But yeah, I really like the idea. Thanks for that. maybe one more on this side. Just a small one. I'm trying to think what the background should be. Like, obviously maybe like a table, but like, how do we make it creepy, right? We can't add that much detail. I don't know, maybe we'll just start with some lines and see where that takes us. I don't know, maybe we don't need that front line. Maybe like a napkin. You know, maybe like a fork. Wow, that's a terrible looking fork. I don't like the fork. That's cool how you can do so much detail with so few colors. It took me a bit of practice to figure out how to do it, and the gradient tool in Aseprite is like a huge help, and I've definitely picked up a lot of different techniques on using that. Very, very helpful. Alright, so what is on this layer? That, let's put that under that, like that, and then oh, what is going on here? Missed the pixel. There we go. The napkin. I have to look into that. I just got Aseprite a couple weeks ago. Cool, yeah, so the paint bucket has a gradient tool. If you click on it, it's, you know, G for paint bucket and then Shift G for the gradient. So if you hit Shift G, you have your your linear gradient, and then you have your radial gradient, right? And then when you first do it, you only have no dithering, which is, I don't know, not that useful for pixel art because it creates a whole lot of different colors. And then you have these first three that come with Aseprite, and they're all three of them are very useful, right? But you can get more if you find a plugin or an extension rather. Let me see if I can find that for you. But if you just search Aseprite dithering matrices. What is this? Okay, yeah, here's the link here. So it's on Bitbucket, and this is the Aseprite extension I made after reading this post. It's under MIT license, so feel free to edit and use it as you like. And this explains how to install it. So yeah, and I can throw the link in chat if that helps. I would recommend downloading the extra matrices because there's a lot more than just these examples. If we pull up this, everything after the first 4 is all from that extension. So it comes with a lot, and they're all very useful because some of them are like angled, and then it'll have the opposite angle if you scroll down. Like these ones, it'll say flip on some of them. And then, yeah, so the diagonal ones, they'll have the flipped versions of them. So that's really cool. Cool things. Oh, wow, yeah, I was really impressed with it. Some of them are really cool too. I kind of want to learn how to make your own. This one's really cool too. But yeah, if you use the linear one, you can have a lot of control with it. So, and there's another trick too. If you hold down shift and control, it like spreads it out even more, right? And then it sticks it to directions that are like angular by like 15 degrees, I think. And then if you do the radial one, you can do ovals, right? You can do circles, right? If you hold shift and control, you can do circles. And yeah, the radial one's really helpful for doing like, you know, like for example, just throwing this on the table makes it look like light is hitting the tablecloth, right? And then we could put another one back there, and another one there, or it could be a doily. You know, like however you do it, like you can get a lot of variety. Like it looks like a textured tablecloth. But there's like a lot of cool tricks to in sunsets. Seems like it could be useful for skylines and sunsets. Yeah, exactly. Psychedelic. I used it for a snake earlier. That worked really well for snake skin. There's like a whole lot of tricks you can do. Like for instance, you can layer them. If you make a new layer, then you change the color. You can do like that kind of stuff, right? Where you start getting these weird shapes coming out of it just by making them a little bit offset. Or you can switch it up, right? Like that. Or even the heart one is pretty cool. You can get some really weird patterns just by switching them and layering them. And then with Game Boy, you know, you only have the 4 colors, but you can get a lot of depth by doing this. Oh, and also, yeah, making that second layer, the new layer helps, right? Because then you can go over it completely. You can find the flipped one if the one you're working with doesn't work, right? Or you can go back, make a new layer and do like the opposite flipped one over the one you just did. So this is the one that I had selected, so we'll go and we'll grab this one instead, and it kind of like negates it, but like you get this really weird pattern that way, right? Or you can do a linear one over a radial one, right? And then what I like to do is like erase away from it, so you can get like a big eraser and just like, you know, do different patterns and get really cool effects that way too. But yeah, you know, it's all like whatever you want to do. I got really experimental with it, and that was helpful. It's really good for textures. We do have an ad coming soon, and I'm all out of ad breaks, and I'm all out of tea, so I'm going to use this ad break to make some tea. So if it takes an extra minute, that would be why. And we'll be back shortly. Okay, I've returned. I've got my fresh cup of tea, and I am eager to finish this, to be honest. I mean, I like how it's turning out, but I want to make some music. Just listening to the background music actually like makes me want to make music. Because I really like the songs that I made. I know it's kind of weird to say that, but like some of these I made quite a few years ago now, and I still really like them. And that's kind of motivating to me. Honestly, some of those textures I was playing with kind of looked cool for the tablecloth. So maybe we should actually do that, but I feel like maybe we should start with the napkin and just like give it some interesting texture, right? Something like that, and then maybe we make a new layer and give it something radial. I don't know, maybe we need a different matrixy, different matrix. Maybe we need a different color. I don't know. A little bit too much. Let's stick with the same color, and we'll just maybe the hearts. That's a little too much too. Let's do this one maybe. I don't know, maybe we need to do more lines. That kind of looks cool. But it's kind of the opposite of what it should be. Let's not do that. We'll do that, and I don't know. Maybe that. That works well, because it adds like a shadow, like it's being covered by something, but it also has like that pattern, like lights hitting the different texture of the napkin. Kind of makes it look more like a napkin. I don't know. So maybe we do this color with the linear. Something like that. And we can, you know, experiment with another layer and maybe do something like that, and then erase everything above it. And then do a new layer behind that, and maybe do another gradient going vertically. And a layer behind that. That's just the dark color. Then maybe we do a layer in between. Something like that, so it looks more like a room. And we can even do another one. Dome. What is going on here? We need it to be above that layer. There we go. So that way it's not completely just like one thing. We could have like a shadow layer as well. Kinda. Although we are losing the knife. So let's find the knife layer. And we'll fix that. So we'll just make an outline around it. And we could even do an outline on the inside if that helps. We may have to try a different color, but let's try this one first. Yeah, I think the other color might actually work better. Not sure if it'll work better on the outline or on the inside. Maybe both. Sometimes you just gotta experiment until it works. I feel like if I do it on the outline, it kind of blends in. But maybe it's okay. I think that's actually okay. Maybe we even do this line like that too. And then we can do another one like this. And then so it kind of gives it that like three-dimensional vibe. I like it. I feel like there should be another stain though. Where's the table? What if we do a layer here and we just kind of make a black blob? I don't like that. The shape of that blob. That definitely makes things easier. I was imagining that people place those pixels one by one. They can. I mean, I used to do that, but it's one of those things that, like, you know, like, it's definitely still a useful ability, right? Like, if you know how to do that, then you'll be able to fix things. But having the automation behind it makes things a lot easier. Because yeah, going through and doing it one by one is kind of old-fashioned. But I'll show you another trick after I get this spill looking like how I want it to. It still looks too like floral. I want it to look more like, I don't know, it's gonna look like a hand, isn't it? Like a splat. Maybe I should be doing this with the stylus and not the mouse. Probably still looks like a hand. Oops. Oh, that tea smells good. Maybe I'll do like a little splat. Maybe like another one over here that's like smaller. I feel like there should be one on the napkin too. Oops. It's too like right there. I don't know. Big Lumbee, welcome in. It's Rick, it's Lumbee. Everyone check out Big Lumbee, they've got an awesome stream. A lot of cool people hang out there, and really cool art and music and retro games. Just a nice variety of good stuff, for sure. We're making a gross cake. I think that works. We'll save it. We'll call it Windscreen 1. Aseprite. Alright, so real quick, I want to show Cloned Kitty another dithering trick for Aseprite. So we'll make a new file. We'll do another 160 by 144. So let's say that we've got this and we've got our grid up. Well, once you have established the grid, which is kind of important in GB Studio or Game Boy anyways, excuse me, you can do something like this. Make a box out of it with the marquee tool, M for marquee, make a box out of it, and then hit Control B, and then you can just, you can hit the G key for the paint bucket, or you can use the B key and make a brush out of it. That way, if you want something a little bit more exact, you can do that. Or, you know, if you for instance, you can take this square and then you can grab the circular marquee tool and just take a section of it and then hit Control B, and now you've got well, it'll make a different pattern, which is pretty interesting. Or you can use it as a paintbrush, and for some reason it's cutting off that. So let's try that. So yeah, you can use it as a paintbrush, but then that might screw up your dither pattern. So you do gotta be careful about that, right? Or you can do something really weird and like do something like that with it by dragging it as a paintbrush. If you use it aligned to the destination, it's always going to be aligned to where you pulled it from. If you do it, or if you do it to the source, it's always going to be aligned to where you pulled it from. If you align it to the destination, it's always going to be aligned to where you put it. So that if it's aligned to the destination, then you'll never lose your dither pattern, which is nice. But if it's aligned to the, or if it's aligned to the source, you never lose your dither pattern. If it's aligned to the destination, then you will lose your dither pattern. But you can make some really cool effects that way too. You just gotta kind of know which one you want and when you want it, and switch it if it's doing the wrong thing. But yeah. Yo, Vine. You can make your own brush. Yeah, Control B is how you make your own brush. So if you make something that you like if you just use one color, then you know you've got like a pattern brush basically. But yeah, then you hit the back button to get rid of it. But if you made like, I don't know, a smiley face looks bad. Not the world's best smiley face. And then you hit Control B. You can make a pattern out of it, or you can use it as a paintbrush and kind of smear a smiley face around, right? You can do it with transparent pixels too. So if you make a new layer and you've got, let's do it in black. And then we'll copy that, make the brush. Now it's smearing the whole thing, right? But that's just an example. Obviously, you probably wouldn't want to smear a smiley face as a brush. But yeah, it almost actually kind of has a cool effect to it, right? Like almost like you're painting with poo on a bathroom wall or something. I don't know. Let me catch up on chat here. Let's see here. That is a splat. That is a splorch, a splooge, a I'm glad you liked it. You can make your own brush. This is a very useful trick to know since dithering without it is super time consuming. Yo, Vine, this is definitely a step up from my MS Paint days as a kid. Yeah, for sure. What is Yo Vine? I don't know what that is. Oh, was I drawing a vine? It was kind of vine-ish, wasn't it? I don't know how people survived on MS Paint. Yeah, people still use it, like, by choice, too, which is interesting. MS Paint makes my hand cramp. I did a lot of cool stuff with MS Paint when I was a kid, I'm not gonna lie. I had a lot of fun with it. Nothing that I would, like, print or, like, keep around, but it was a learning experience for sure. Big Lumby, it was my favorite activity. I come from the olden days. Yeah, I'm the same way. I really liked using MS Paint back in the day. Spray can was the best. Yeah, spray can was awesome. Now there's a texture. This is a work of art for sure. You catching up on chat is avoiding me questioning your comparison there. Your comparison to what? Did I miss one? Did I miss one? I didn't mean to miss anything. You could have at least compared it to a finger paint. Oh, avoid me questioning the compare. Oh, the poop on the bathroom wall. We've all seen it before, right? It's a finger paint. You just gotta make a smiley face, make a brush out of it, and then it's a finger paint. I swear. It's totally a finger paint. Doesn't that look like finger paint? It looks like finger paint. But yeah, you can do a lot of cool stuff with that. But yeah, I really love the dithering, the gradient tool is what they call it, but dithering in the gradient tool with all of these different dither tools. It's just, you nasty Rick. I'm fucking around, I'm kidding. I would never do that, by the way. That's so disgusting. This literally looks like something I would make as a kid. Yeah, for sure. I'm having fun here. But yeah, the dithering tools are a lot of fun. We can do pink hearts. Oh, we need a new layer. Look at all these pink hearts we got. We do green hearts on a different layer. Blend the hearts. We got hearts in hearts, right? And then there's the squares one, which is pretty cool. Let's get a new color out, maybe blue. And then we'll do yellow from this angle. Oh, we missed. We gotta make a new layer. See, we're going places, and you can't even read that it says poo anymore. Kind kind of a cool little art piece there. I don't know if I'd use it for anything, but maybe if it didn't say poo. Like the radial one's really cool too. You can do a lot of cool shit with the radial brush. Just like adding new layers, and in this case changing the color, and then changing the matrix. I keep wanting to say matrixy, but the matrix singular. It's a masterpiece. This is the start of a logo for an AI company. I hope not. We're gonna do that. We might as well make it really cool with the blur tool. So for this tool, so this is another trick, right? So say you've got all of these cool layers that you want to keep separate, but you also want to fuck with them in a way that you need to merge them. Well, if you go to new group, right, then you've got a group of them. Then you can duplicate the group. You can turn off the one and keep the other one on, and then flatten the group, right? And now you can blur them all, and now it's one of those 90s magic eye. Turn off the grid. Now cross your eyes. And there's a 3D image in there. It's not very visible, but it jumps out at you. But then there's also the jumble tool, which is super cool and not as useful as you'd like it to be. But I'll show you a way to make it useful, right? So we'll make a new frames with Alt-N. So we'll make a whole bunch of new frames. We'll make 8 new frames. And for each one, we're just gonna quickly do this to it. This is a very 90s internet vibe that we're going for here. And you can probably see where this is going. And then we can even change the frame properties to make it like, I don't know, 30 frames per second or 30 milliseconds per frame. Look at that. Look at how cool that is. We get even closer. It's like a sandstorm. Let's put it back at 100. That's more 90s. Now that's art. Cross your eyes and see if you can read poo. There you go. But yeah, and then what's even cooler is that you can use the blur tool on top of this, right? And then you can blur it. You can blur the whole thing. Let's just blur the whole thing and do it again for the whole animation. I missed a spot. If you missed a spot, you kind of have to go back and do the whole thing, because like every time you click, it'll like double the amount of blurring that it gets. If that makes sense. So if you want an area to be really blurry, you just keep clicking, right? Alright, now let's see what that looks like. Look at that. Now that is 90s. This was high res back in the 90s. Oh, we got another ad. No, I feel like I need to go to the eye doctor. Oh no. Well, did you sign the waiver? Disclaimer. I am not responsible for any eye pains or eye doctor fees or anything like that. Alright, but since we're on the topic of cool stuff, I showed this to Lumbee the other day. There's this effects. Oh wait, I guess we should wait till the ad's done, because Cloned Kitty, you're probably stuck in an ad, aren't you? I'll wait till the ad's done. I don't want you to miss out on all this useful information. Nah, a lot of times I don't get ads. I don't know why. Well, that's cool. That's cool. All right, so this is so you go to Edit, Effects, Convolution Matrix. And Outline's cool too, but Convolution Matrix, you get some really interesting stuff. And it's a little bit hard to tell because we blurred it earlier, but you can see that it's doing stuff when you're zoomed out. And look at that. Look at how cool that one looks. The rock one looks cool. Negative. So we already blurred it, so the blur ones aren't really doing a whole lot. But the sharpen one looks cool. Edges. That looks cool, right? But I think the texture one or the marmalized one looks marmalized looks cool. The rock edges looks cool. The drunk ones work really well when you've got like a standard image, but when you're already blurred, it's another blurring effect. So I think we should go with the marmalize. And I think if we, let's try that again. I think if we select the layer instead of the cell, we could probably do it across all of them. I'm not sure about this though. Yeah, look at that. Look at this effect we made. That's like something out of a 90s video game. It almost has like a pattern to it, like it's moving. But yeah. Aseprite is super useful. It took me a while to learn all these little things. Cyphex, welcome in. I didn't even know you were streaming, but how was it? Fall of Avalon. Were you playing Fall of Avalon again, or were you playing Dune? Looks like one of those microscopes that can see the surface of atoms or something. Yeah, it kind of does. Like a what do they call that? A sonogram or something? I don't even know. He did really good with this stream. Oh, good, good. Glad to hear it. I can't think of the name. I can't think of it either. A radiogram? Radiogram, maybe? Some type of gram. Looks like a gram of some type. But yeah, welcome in, Cyphix. Welcome back, Sloth. Hope you had fun with the stream. We were just showing Cloned Kitty some effects using just random shit. If we control Z, we can see all the craziness that we did. We got mad crazy here. But then we also got really artistic earlier, and we're pretending we were painting in the walls of a bathroom in a gas station. I got left behind by my own raid somehow. Sorry. Well, welcome in. I hope your stream was good. Were you playing Avalon or Dune? I'm messing with inventory item pickup at the moment. Cool. Glad to hear it. Inventories can be such a pain in the ass to code. Yeah, I don't even know what you would do in Unreal. I'm sure there's some trick to it, like there is in Unity, but or some, probably many tricks like there is in Unity. I was playing Avalon, and met a tree lady today. Oh, cool. I always like tree ladies. Nothing like a good tree lady. Let's jumble the poo. Oh, where'd the poo go? Let's blur the poo. The poo is blurred. All right, let's use the convolution matrix on the poo. Whoa. Whoa. Let's make the poo drunk. How drunk that poo got. Holy cow. That poo is really drunk. But yeah, let's not do that. Let's do another layer, and this time we're going to so you can do text, right, with T, and we'll say poo, and we'll make it, I don't know, 50. So we've got poo, and let's say we want to outline it, right? So we'll find the color that we want to use, and we'll make sure we're on the right layer, which we are. We'll go to effects again, but this time we'll go to outline, or we'll hit Shift O, and then you can adjust the effect here, right? So you can make an inside outline, an outside outline. You can make it chunky or not chunky. You can change the channels for colors, right? And yeah. So there's that, and then what was it? Control O or Control Z? Oh no, Control O. Control O. No, Alt O. Which one was it? Shift O. Shift O. So we'll do Shift O, Shift O, Shift O, Shift O, and we can do that as many times as we need. Of course, we're just outlining the edges, which kind of make it all pyramidical, but we could always jumble the edges. So now we've got vomit in our poo. And if that's not good enough, we can blur it. Or we can just blur the letters. Look at how useful that is. Looks like a Doom texture. Yep. That concludes the lesson. Here's our cake that we made. It depends on the method you use to manage inventories and items. Right, yeah. Yeah, because you could you could take that in all types of different directions. In Unity there was this thing, I'm trying to remember what it was called, scriptable objects. And that was probably the most handy way to deal with what you call inventories. Sorry, my brain is lacking the caffeine at this point. I also found weeping angels, I think. I don't know what weeping angels are or what they do, or I imagine they weep. The hangover won't be fun. Oh, yeah. So drink more to not think about the morning. Yeah, personally I don't drink, so I'll be okay. So beautiful. This guy should see a doctor. Wow. Very creepy status, that move when you don't look at them. Oh, statues. Very creepy statues that move when you don't look at them. Weeping angels are entities that follow the player when they aren't looking. Oh, interesting. Well, that's cool. I like creepy statues. But who needs to see a doctor? Me? You're talking about me seeing a doctor? Or the guy who puked up poo? Or got puke in his poo? Or I don't even know. The guy who made this cake. The guy who came up with the idea, or the person who came up with the idea for cake, for the gross cake. I don't know if they're a guy or a girl. The guy. Just the guy. That doesn't explain to me which guy. I already know it was a guy. You said this guy should see a doctor. Now you're like, the guy. Which guy? Just the guy. They are a nightmare if you get numerous ones in a map or maze. Have you played the game that he was playing? All of the above. Right on. All of the above. So like option D, right? In multiple choice, all of the above. Or E, sometimes it's E, right? But I'm pretty happy with the cake we made. I think we'll import that. We hadn't done that yet, so we'll export it from here and find it in the folder. The windscreen, we'll copy it there. And we'll go to our projects folder, backgrounds, and throw it in there. And then we'll go to our windscreen. I'm gonna call it easy. We don't have a medium or hard yet, but we should at some point. Will be easy to switch that, but yeah, all the way at the bottom we should have windscreen. Boom! Look at that. So it says, it gives us this warning because it's in a top-down one. We don't need it to be top-down, so we'll just change it to logo, and that should fix that. We also don't need the player in there, so we can disable that. That should be fine. Alright, so now we can do music. What type of file do you export as? PNG. For games in general, PNG is typically what you would use for images. There are ways that you can use Aseprite files or PSD files for some game engines, but they're generally larger files. So in games, you typically want to use the smallest option available, as long as it's like a high enough res for your project, and then that way it's easier to, you know, back up your projects or switch computers or put them online, etc., etc. Now when you make a build, usually in engines and stuff, it'll like compress it for you and stuff like that, or you'll have to set up your compression stuff, but it depends on the engine. It's always going to be engine specific. With GB Studio, I think it accepts JPEGs and bitmaps, but PNGs have transparency, and for the actors, actually nothing needs transparency here. It's just a force of habit, I think. I'm pretty sure you can use other things, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It probably says in the README file that comes in the project when you start. I never actually read it though. Oh yeah, place.png files. So apparently they need to be PNG. I'm just going to assume that's the case. But yeah, that's, you know, like I said, it's gonna be engine specific, but PNG is kind of my go-to for games. Welcome to the team. People make documentation to not be used because Google is faster. Sometimes. I mean, that was pretty fast to just grab the README and look at it, but I was already using PNGs, so it didn't really make a difference. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. People use Google like it's like there's no other option. Unfortunately, Google has a lot of money because of that. It would have been nice if that money was spread more evenly, but what are you gonna do? Google hasn't ruined the world yet. Nor has Amazon. So, we're good for now. And now Google is cramming AI answers down our throats. Yes, they are. Hell, the whole world is cramming AI down our throats. There's not much we can do about that. Edge is starting to become popular. I don't think Edge is ever going to be popular, but it's interesting that people are thinking about using it again, because fuck man, Internet Explorer was always the worst. I found that Opera is becoming more popular myself, but I think it depends on who you ask. I wish that Firefox could do all the things that I want it to do. Apparently, Firefox, the Mozilla team, actually came from like the code and stuff for Mozilla came from Netscape Navigator. Apparently, there was like some connection there. I don't know if you remember. Cyfix, you remember Netscape Navigator? Netscape Navigator? I kid, because I know you probably like, what's that? I don't know what an N64 is. Netscape, lol, haven't heard that in a while. Right? Nope, before your time. I assumed so much. It's the lazy option because I keep procrastinating on installing Chrome. N64? What's an N64? What about a C64? What's that? "32-bit encryption? What is that?" Windows 3.0? I don't know what that is. A explosive, I assume. C3PO? What's that? R2D2? I don't know what that is. These things, they're before my time. Never heard of Star Wars. I'm kidding. Obviously, you've heard of Star Wars. Obviously, you know that one. But you know, Star Wars was before your time too. They just kept making it. So, do youth know how to read analog clocks? I don't think so, Clone Kitty, because I had trouble reading analog clocks, and I still take a minute to do so. Right? Because digital is just so much easier, right? Because like you gotta like count by fives, right? Which is kind of weird, right? I think it's by fives, right? Right? Because 5 times 3 is 15, right? And 5 times 6 is 30, right? So you gotta count by fives, yeah. Simple math it is. Cyfix turned to Yoda because we mentioned Star Wars.
Simple math it is.
No, I can't do Yoda. Yoda, I am. Although that was probably the best Yoda I've ever done before. I've never actually tried, but I also can't do Kermit. I've never done Kermit. I'm not gonna try though because I would just totally not be able to do it. So I feel like we should do like a win jingle, like a song to play when you win, right? But those are always like the hardest songs to do. But we'll give it a shot. Win jingle. Why does that J look so funny? It's my eyes, my dyslexia. All right, so let's see here. Let's start with the kick drum. So on the duty channel, we'll grab this bass drum instrument that's very handily made for us, and we can just let's just like kick snare that shit, right? And then we'll double it up at the end. Just real simple stuff. Real simple stuff. We'll do the noise channel. We'll get the snare, and we'll just do one of these numbers. I don't know what to do at the end. Something like that? I don't know. Let's turn off the music. We'll turn up the audio, and then we have to save it and go back to it because for some reason the play button wasn't lit up. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't need drums, but the drums are gonna help me write the rest of the song. So let's do bass. I think the orange one works well for bass. It was solid. Oh, thanks. No music riot? I don't understand. No music riot. What does that mean, Cyfix? Fire. I'm not great at writing win music.
Am I going mad? Or did the word think escape your lips?
Right, because you turned off the music. Oh, well, gotta listen to make music. It's hard to make music when you got music playing. This is gonna sound so bad. It doesn't actually sound that bad.
I want my father back, you son of a bitch.
You want your music back? This actually sounds kind of cool. Let's do something with the treble, with the vibrato one. Where's the vibrato one? There it is. So we can't do it on the downbeat because the thing is there. But we can do it right after the downbeat. I'm literally just experimenting at this point. I have no idea what's gonna sound good here. Sorry if it sounds like shit. Sometimes I make music that doesn't sound good. So another thing we can do to make it less obnoxious here is turn down the volumes on the instruments here. So to do that, we go to this thing, click on this thing. Oops, that's not the one. And then we can actually maybe turn this up. That's interesting. Do you have a winner command? No. What would a winner command do? I don't really like what I did with the melody here, so let's just get rid of it.
Hold still and let me shoot you!
Welcome back from the ad break. No, I do not have a winter command. What would that do, Pio? I'm not sure what a winter command does. Randomly select a person in chat. For what? For fun. But what would they get? You can gamble with your slot money. You can do slots. You have to wait 30 seconds for the cooldown. Just do slots again. I don't know what happened to the cool points there. 15 underscores. You got 33 cool points that time. That was a good one. I'm not sure how I feel about this song. It doesn't feel wintery enough. Maybe it needs like an intro. Maybe we'll use the wave channel and we'll do like a saw wave. Maybe a distorted saw wave. That could be interesting. Doesn't sound very distorted. That sounds more interesting, more distorted. I don't know how to use this. Pattern break. Start row 1. I don't know what that means. Hey, it worked. And then this one, we'll do another pattern break, or we'll do position jump to pattern. Oh. The pattern 0, 0. Well, that didn't do what I wanted. Maybe it needs to be position jump to pattern 0. Oh wait.
Never give up! Trust your instincts!
Jump to next pattern. And then this one. Pattern break. Start row 0. You should make this use channel points. It's not that important to me. Also, I'm nearly running out of things to use channel points on, so I'm gonna be moving things over to commands, so I can make room for other command or for other redeems. Because you can only have 50 redeems, I believe. So I'm in the process of moving some of the audio ones over to commands. I don't know how to make it repeat the same one. I don't know the difference between position jump and pattern break. Mega high! Mega high. Let's do a little research here. Position break.
My name is Eon Flux.
Studio.
I'm here on a mission to assassinate Trevor Goodchild. Is everybody listening? Do you believe me?
It is time.
Everybody happy now?
Let's take a look at this.
You know what I do got though, man? I got a joint, man.
Hurry up!
Jump works similar to break, but instead of going to next order set, you proceed to the order set you specify with the parameter. We'll always start on the first row of the first order in that set. So is there a... I don't think there is a jump one. Oh, position jump. Didn't we try that already? It says jump to next pattern. Maybe it needs to be 1.
Hurry up!
It didn't do what I wanted it to do. Am I not going fast enough for you, Sloth? Do I need to go faster? Are we running out of time? It is already 9 o'clock.
Hey! Listen!
Hey, Teacher Eduardo's here. Is it time? Someone redeemed. They broke your thing.
It is time.
There it is. There it is. I'm upset. Well, you can't expect it to be available all the time. But like I was saying earlier in chat, it's eventually going to get put as a command, so you'll be able to just do a few commands and not have to worry about that. Pattern break. I wanted to loop this pattern, but it won't do it. It won't do it.
Get back to work, you slacker.
I'm not slacking. I'm doing the work. See, I'm researching. Effects. Position jump. Jump to the start of a pattern. XX. If XX is 0, 0, jump to the next pattern. Position break is jump to the next pattern early, start on row of X. So it's position jump is what we want. It's the one we want. So position jump, and then
I poop too much, and then I get tired.
but this one's set to 0. Does that mean it needs to not be 0? All right, let's do something here. So we'll take. Wait, what happened here? Oh, this one's supposed to be 0. So we'll take everything from 0, copy it to 3, and then we'll make this one 3 and this one deleted. And then we'll go to, wait, what happened to 3? Didn't we paste that? Hold on. There we go. And then we want position jump and then 3. Will this work? What is it doing? Why did it do that? What the fuck? That is so weird. It worked, but it didn't. Why is it so broken? Oh, does it need to happen on every single one? That's kind of cool though. You would be able to like mix and match that way if you did it that way. Oh, we got the beer hat on Pyrotoad. That's pretty funny looking. Wait, it's still not working. It's like almost working. Oh, this one's at 10. That's a little weird. It's still doing the exact same thing. Wait, this one's missing that thing. I don't know why. Well done. I feel like there's something that I'm missing with this information here. Jump to the start of pattern XX. If XX is 0, 0, jump to the next pattern. Well, we want it to jump to the start of the same pattern, which is 3. So there we have 3. Oh, maybe it should be 2 because the pattern, the number is the pattern, not the thing. I think I understand. All right, let's try this. There's a Medicham in chat. Hey, it's working. Nice. No one caught the Medicham. So maybe we add more to this because it's just using the wave channel. Maybe we do like some type of harmony here. Indie Maniac, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for checking in. Thanks for farting, by the way, because I knew that you were gonna do that. Welcome in, Indie Maniac. 11 shame points, a new record. Everyone should check out Indie Maniac if they haven't. They fart on their own stream too. It's really impressive. I'm just kidding. They play Hollow Knight. Must be reading my mind or something like that. It must be some type of anomaly, right? So I'm not sure if I like all of those. Let's try it without the duty one. Let's try it without the duty 2. Let's try it with both. With all. Alright, that works. We'll save it. Look out, Rick, an anomaly! Yep, a mind-reading anomaly. That's what it takes sometimes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got another fart. Did you see it? Did I see what? The anomaly? Or the fart? I saw a fart anomaly. You missed it. We were drawing with poo today, Indie Maniac. It would have suited you very well. You would have been farting all over the place had you seen it. I was teaching everyone how to draw with feces, so that way they can do art in the gas station bathroom. And everyone thought it was hilarious. No one thought it was disgusting. And look what we made. We made a cake to welcome you to the team. The anomaly team. The normality finding team. It's a normal cake. I think I spelled everything right. Welcome to the team. I think it's spelled okay. Yeah, let's make it so it plays the new music when we get to the end. So here, we'll say, variable value compare. Speaking of poop, today I learned you can donate yours and get paid for it, apparently. Are you really that broke, Indie Maniac, that you gotta donate your poo? They probably get DNA out of it, clone you from your poo. Imagine a poo clone of the Indie Maniac being forced into slavery. I heard it on the radio at work. Well, I'm glad that you're working and that you don't need to do that. But people donate their plasma all the time, but at least that's going to like a good cause, you know? Like, I don't know, what do they do with it? I'm curious now, Indy. What did they do with the poo that you donate? Did they go into detail on this? Is it for a poo study? Oh yeah, sorry about the music. Thanks for that. We had the GB Studio music on a second ago, and that was quiet, so I had to turn it up, and now we've got the regular music, but sorry about that. I always forget. That's the one thing. I'll be like, oh, we'll make the music good, and then we make it good, and then I go back and I forget that it's loud, because it's not loud for me. Yeah, so this, we want this to be BGM off. BGM off equals 0, then we're gonna play music. Music track will be Wind Jingle. Yes. And then this takes us back to the title. And the title has the same thing. If BGM is not off, then it plays song 1. So it should end the song and start the new song. So now we've got a second piece of music. Apparently the bacteria in your poo is what they want, I think. Interesting. What do they do with it? Will they eat it? Because that doesn't sound too tasty. What are they gonna do with the poo bacteria? And can't they just get it from animals? Does it have to be human poo bacteria? Do they recycle it? Tell me more, Indy. You should have been taking notes. Need to learn. I need to make some extra side cash. I got a lot of poo. I've been storing it in jars because it's cheaper that way. No, actually, true story. In one of my neighborhoods that I lived in, out in the boonies, there was like a you know, an old person that died, right? Well, when they cleared out their place, they found like decade of poo jars. Decade of poo jars. They were storing their feces in mason jars. Not sure why. Probably a dementia thing. So it's kind of sad, but at the same time, like, holy cow, they left that for people to find. Like, crazy way to go. What the hell? Yeah, no, this was like down my street. Literally down my street. I just need an all-in-one place where I can donate my plasma, poo, and sperm. Blurred if you care about that. I'll be set for the money. Or I'll be set for money. What the hell? I don't think it will pay as well as you think it does. It's probably not even enough to get by. But if you had a stockpile of feces in jars, you never know. So if you would have started storing your feces, plasma is like $30 to $40 and poo is the same. Well, see, plasma you can't donate every day, but poo you can. That's crazy to think that you could get $40 for a poo. And you know, at that rate, I could probably eat enough food to poo twice a day. You know, you just gotta like keep eating when you're full, right? And then like you'll have like more poo. You know, that's how that works. If you just keep eating, you'll have more poo. Sperm is more, I think. I think sperm you need like, and probably plasma too. You probably need like you need to meet some conditions, right? You need to like not take drugs, not be drunk, that kind of thing. Plasma is twice a week. My friends used to do it. Yeah, I knew you couldn't do it every day. Cause like blood, you can't donate blood every day either. Cause that's not good for you. Wait, what? I can donate my poop. We're learning. Indie Maniac has come here to bestow insane information on us. What if it's old poo? What if it's been in a mason jar for 10 years? Is that still acceptable, Indy? Did it say that on the radio? Did it say that you could even use old poo? Or is old poo like worth less? Or is it worth more? I mean, there's more bacteria in it, I would think, right? Do they take the jar, or do I have to take the jar back? Bro, sperm is 50 to 200. Damn. But then you have to masturbate in a public bathroom. And people will know what you're doing. And it's twice, but you have to have a day between the first and second day. Sloth is donating plasma also. Well, I'm glad to hear that everyone's donating stuff, but if you're donating it, wouldn't that be for free? So you're really just selling it, right? You're selling plasma, you're selling poo. I'll do that for $200. You're gonna sell your semen for $200? Just what we need, a bunch of little indie maniacs running around the place with no dad. Well, I mean, they could have a dad. Shit, I would do it too. Well, you know. How often can you do that, the sperm? Just like 3 times a day or something? Is there a limit? 5 times a day? 7 times a day? I think you could do about 7 times a day, right? I think the requirements are kind of high, not sure what they ask for. You have to be like a bodybuilder and rich, otherwise your sperm's no good, right? People want rich person sperm. They don't want that poor person sperm. I've only heard people being able to donate sperm for free though. Well, that would be a donation, but you could sell it. Monthly earnings, depending on the frequency of donations, some doctors can earn up to $1,500 per month. Oh, some donors. I read doctors. I was like, of course the doctors are making more than that. 1,500 is more than 0. It's exactly 1,500 more than 0. Wonder if you have to pay taxes on that. We are out of snoozes, and there's an ad coming soon, so sorry for the people that get stuck in the ad. I'm telling you, I need an all-in-one location for this so I can donate all 3. Shit, for that price, you don't even need it in one location. It'd be worth it to make the drive, even if it was an hour away. Well, maybe not with the price of gas, but... Exactly, I need to sell my sperm now! Jeez. Jeez. What if you have a stockpile? What if you have 10 years of mason jars full of feces and sperm mixed together? Now I'm just getting gross. I'm broke at the moment. Or you're a broke ATM, that's the opposite, right? You can be broke at the moment, or you can be a broken ATM. There's that ad. There's a difference. Well, if you are at a broken ATM, then you're not broke, right? Unless the broken ATM is so broke that it's not working. If it's just spitting out bills though, you know, like into the streets. Of course they got cameras on those, so be careful. And I'm just joking anyways. I don't know what to do next. Maybe demon fish? Unless the ATM had 0 money in it, then ATM is broke also. It's true. The broke ATM. Or if it's the only ATM around and it just won't work, it's like, won't give you any money, then you're still broke, even if you have money, right? True, especially if you're in an area where they do cash only. Is that still a thing? I have not seen cash only for a long time. Well, I've seen, you know, there was a canoe rental place that I used to go to that was cash or debit only. They had an ATM machine, but they were like, "We're not paying those credit card fees for you." And I get it. I used to work at a credit card processor call center, and yeah, they stick it to the small businesses. They really do. There are some places that are like that, or events. I go to craft shows and various events, and they're cash only. Really, a lot of the like the farmers markets and stuff will be like, everyone's got like a fucking square on their phone, or they got like special credit card swiper shit, like yeah, pay on the app kind of situation. But yeah, I'm not opposed to paying in cash. It's just that, like, I have like a stockpile of cash, you know, little stockpile going, because I never have a place to spend it, but sometimes I get cash from making purchases, like the dispensary, like they always give you like singles back, and then I have like this big pile of singles, and then after I got like 90 of them, I'll spend it on weed, and I'll be like, I'll pull out this fat wad, and they'll be like, "Are you serious?" I was like, "You guys gave me these singles." What are they? Singles are no good anymore? You gave them to me. I also live in an area where it's a bunch of smeller towns. I like smeller better. Around me. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Small towns. Yeah. I pretty much don't buy anything. Groceries. Gas maybe once every 3 months. 4 months. I haven't bought gas since like fucking March. And that was only because I took a road trip. They tend to be smelly depending on the town. Yeah, no, I hear that. The smeller towns. Smeller people. Smeller minds think alike. Maybe we do Demon Fish Dead Ahead now. We could make a second cake, but I'm kind of caked out. We got that wind jingle, which sounded okay. Let's do Demon Fish. They're no longer small towns, they're now smell towns. I mean, technically every town is a smell town. It just depends on where you're smelling. So somewhere in this mess of events, fights are ending early, and it's ruining everything, because when a fight ends early, you don't get the XP. So we need to like look at what's happening. We've got, if it's the player's turn, because that's when fish die, right? If it's the player's turn, your attack choice is 1, then that one takes damage. If it's 2, then that one takes damage. If it's 3, then third takes damage. And of course, if it's 4, fourth takes damage, right? So now, if there's only one enemy on the screen, and that enemy dies, so the enemy health is less than or equal to 0. If the enemy count is 1, we replace the fish tile with waves. I'm rubber ducking, by the way. Then the enemy 1 count, enemy 1 dead equals, if enemy 1 dead equals 0, which it should at this point, right? Oh, yeah, and then we make it true. So if enemy 1 dead is false, we make enemy 1 dead true, right? And then caught fish position 1. And then we add the fish to the fish quantity. Display the text, first is caught. Then we call the script, give XP. And then because there's only one fish, we restore the scene we restore the previous scene from the stack. And then there's this local RNG which is empty, and it's an empty conditional that doesn't get reached because there's nothing there. I have no idea why that's there, but it doesn't do anything. So that's that. Alright, so if there's 2 fish and the first one's health is 0, it replaces that tile, or this is for enemy, if enemy count equals 2, if enemy count equals 2, fish 1 position, because this is still a fish 1 is dead, right? So enemy 1 is dead, and then we catch the script, we add the, we caught the fish, we add the fish quantity, add fish quantity, caught fish position, yes, and we use that position in the fish quantity script, and then first is caught, we call that, and then we say if enemy 2 health is 0, because there's 2 fish in this point, we replace the fish tiles, we make enemy 2 dead, and we replace, or when we add it to the fish box, we say that second is caught, and then we give the player XP. And we wait for 0.5 seconds. And then we check to see if enemy 1 health equals 0. And if it is, then we do that. So we look at the call script give XP. No matter what, there should be a dialogue at the end, right? If current level is greater than or equal to next level, we increment the player level. Otherwise, we tell them what the XP is at and what the next one is. So this happens no matter what, all the time, at the end of the all XP script. And by waiting 0.5 seconds before we go to the next scene, we were restoring the previous scene, then we shouldn't cut that off. That shouldn't happen. But for some reason, some of them are cutting off before they even get to the fish quantity. That doesn't make sense to me. That's weird that that one's blank. It should be that. But that shouldn't break anything. It shouldn't cause it to like freak out or anything. This one's not set either. There's a Gabite in chat. Or a Gabite. Overworld RNG equals 0. It's weird that it does that for that one, but not for the others. I mean, shouldn't that be like here? Or I guess... No, I guess it wouldn't have to happen every turn. But it could, and that would be okay, because... this doesn't matter. Alright, well let's take a closer look at this one then. Because there's fucking 6 of them that we need to go through. So we want the player's turn. Oh, yeah, enemy count equals 1. Let's fix these things, because we know that these are not selected, which they should be, which is kind of weird. But that shouldn't be an issue. And it hasn't been an issue, which is also kind of weird. But we want to make sure that this fish quantity thing is happening. Oh, wait, look at this. There's no weight here. There should be. All the other ones waited 0.5 seconds. Maybe that's the issue. Let's copy the event just in case we need to paste it later. We should also make sure that we select this thing. These. So this one's got the weight. It's weird that the one didn't have the weight. This one waits. This one waits. So we did add a wait to one of them. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that was... But we'll have to check it to make sure that it waits for all the other ones. These boss ones are probably okay. Frostern, welcome in. Thanks for the follow, very much appreciate that. How you doing? And let me know if you're an artist or a game dev or anything like that and you have things you want to share. I'm always interested in seeing what people are working on. But yeah, we're kind of debugging this here and it's a little bit tedious, not gonna lie. We're looking for these weights to make sure that they're all there. But we found one that wasn't there. Well, maybe we fixed the issue. The issue is that sometimes it's just ending the fight right afterwards without giving you any experience or applying the fish to your fish box. Because you catch the fish. You can't use them in battle or anything like that, but you can collect them. You can collect them all. Actually, if you collect them all, it doesn't give you anything. Alright, so this is saying what the damage they got. This is the thing that has the thing. It's not selected for some reason, but still works for some reason, which is weird, but whatever. And then this, we've got this local RNG for no reason, but yeah, there's no weight here. There should be a weight there. It should wait. So that way we can make sure we're giving you the EXP. Froster, and it says, how long have you been working on this game? This particular game, I first released it in October of last year, and I spent a little bit of time updating it, like 4 different times, but there was a good like 3 months where I was like scratching my head. Particular, does that mean you have other games? Yes, absolutely. I'm actually working on a few different games right now, and there's a couple more that are on the back burner. But yeah, this is Frontrooms fishing. This is Demon Fish Dead Ahead. He has like 7,000 games. It's not true. I've only got like 5 or 6 right now. But yeah, so there's Demon Fish Dead Ahead, which is a Game Boy game. It started as a game jam, now it's like a full-fledged game. There's Source Hack, which is like another 5 or 6,000. I got you. Well, it's less than 7,000. You're like 1,000 off. So Source Hack is another Game Boy game that was started as a game jam that I'm not really even close to finishing on that one, but it's fun to play with, so I'll go back to that eventually. And then I'm working on Pyrotoad, which I'm doing the art for and some of the audio and stuff with the designer Johnny Manjiro, who is a Super Mario World ROM hacker and NES developer. So that's been a lot of fun. That's a Game Boy Color game. And then I'm also making Frontrooms Normalities now, which I just started at the beginning of this month, which is a game jam, which is actually coming along swimmingly. It's actually pretty close to being done. But yeah, we're just kind of making some final touches on it and some polish, doing a little balancing stuff and making it fun and cool. But are you a game dev, Frostern? Like I said, I'm always interested in meeting game devs and seeing what they're working on, that kind of stuff. Working on a mystery game, but thought maybe I should simplify it into a Game Boy game so I don't overcomplicate it like I always do. Honestly, that is probably a good idea. I mean, you know, there are limitations to Game Boy games, obviously, but those limits really cut down the scope, you know? You may have to make some changes to the design to make it work with the software. Like if you're using GB Studio, you know, there's limits to GB Studio that are beyond the limits of Game Boy, but it makes it a lot easier to do. There's no code required with GB Studio. But yeah, that's awesome. You're doing a mystery game. People love mystery games. Yeah, so we're using the weight there, so that's fine. We'll fix this thing while we're at it. Oh, it's broken. Look at that. Wonderful. Oh, that one's already good. Here we got this end fight, and it waits. It waits. That's what we need. This is that. By the way, how does the music work in GB Studio? So there's this little tab here. There's a music thing here, and it's pretty cool. You can use the piano roll, or you can use the tracker. So whatever is, you know, pick your poison kind of thing. And it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. You make patterns, and then there's 4 different channels. For this game, I didn't use the wave channel because the wave channel is the same channel that the sound effects use. So if you know, depending on your game, nice. So music theory would work for it. Yeah, music theory kind of works for all music, but it does make it easy to see the notes if you're like a piano player, or if you're just, you know, C4, it's C3, G sharp 4, you know, that's all music theory stuff too. So yeah, it definitely is made for musicians. Trackers are a little bit weird for a lot of musicians because, like, for me, I have like a DAW background, or I'm used to like a digital audio workstation, so trackers are kind of difficult for me. But I've been you know, learning them for a couple years now, slowly but surely. But yeah, I definitely use the piano roll more than the tracker, but it's nice to have both and kind of get the hang of things, see how it works that way. And then for sound effects, you can either use music as sound effects in a way, but that will like have repercussions, right? Because you can only play one song at a time. So like turn off the music to play a sound effect kind of thing. You could do that for like a jingle or something like that. And then for the sounds, what I use for sounds is a standalone software called BFXR. And so like Sorry, that's kind of loud, I know. But these are sound effects that I did for Pyrotoad. Everyone likes the warp one. Where's that at? The mirror warp. But yeah, this is separate software, and then you do want to, like, there are tutorials and stuff to do sound effects for GB Studio, so I definitely recommend looking into that stuff because there's a lot of like little nuanced things to make it sound good. But generally speaking, you can just drag and drop your audio files into the sounds folder and it will convert it to 8-bit for you, but it doesn't do the best job. So you probably want to do that yourself. And you also probably want to compress things differently so that way it will be loud enough to be heard over the music. Yeah, those are loud. Yeah, they are. But yeah, so that's the music in a nutshell. And we're back to trying to fix this bug. And like switching these to that because for some reason I didn't do that. It hasn't caused any issues, but it's supposed to be that way, so that's what we're doing. Hey Dirk, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for checking in. Hey, you won the jump game too on your way in. Nice work. You got some mad luck jumping in on the star. Did you plan that, General Dirkadur? But I hope you're well. Hope you're having a good time tonight. I can't believe it's already 10 p.m. Doing good. I'm lurking at the moment because I'm drawing. Well, thank you for the lurk, and I hope that the drawing goes exceedingly well, and that you fulfill your dreams as an artist, and that people pay you thousands of dollars for the work that you make during my stream, and that you tell people, I made this during Rick's stream, and then a whole bunch of people come here to do the same. I'm just kidding, by the way, but I hope that it goes well. Yeah. So this one's got the wait command, or event. So that's good. On to the next. So this one doesn't have the wait command, so we'll throw that there. I'm not sure if that's fixing the issue, to be honest. It should wait though, that's for sure. This one waits. It's 8 o'clock over here. 8 o'clock in the AM or the PM? Probably PM, huh? You're what, West Coaster? We got another ad starting in like 10 seconds. PM, yeah, right on. Well, that's what you get for living on the West Coast. Yeah, ad starting any second here. We'll take a quick break. I could use some more tea. Not the ads, no. Sorry. We'll be back shortly. Thanks for hanging out. Dance. It's a good dance. The little jump at the end and everything. Alright, I've returned. It took me a second to make my tea, but no, the ads proceeds to dance. That's pretty good. You gotta dance from time to time. Got the Pyrotoad dance. Do the Pyrotoad. But yeah, by the way, Infinite Metal streaming, so if you're bored here, go check Infinite Metal out, see what Skelly's all about. Not that I want you to leave, but get the hell out of here. No, I'm just kidding. Infinite Metal is super cool, and they deserve all the help they can get. Oh no, I forgot I was making tea. That's the worst. What was it? Do you have a tea kettle that was like whistling, yelling at you? By the way, welcome in Kixie. Great to see you. Kixie is super cool. She streams on Saturdays, which is tomorrow. So everyone, go check her schedule. Mark it on your calendar. Set an alarm on your phone. And hang out at Kixie's stream tomorrow. She's gonna be playing something cool, I'm sure of it. Probably more demos, maybe. But yeah, I'm excited, so you should be too. Kixie, are you excited? You excited? By the way, that artwork that you commissioned was really awesome. That turned out really well. With the fish. You look like you know what you're doing with the fishing rod. And yeah, we'll have to see how you do on the Demon Fish update. Thank you for the shout out, BRB. Yeah, go get your tea. Go get your tea. I had to get tea too. Yeah, the artist did such a good job. Yeah, no, that turned out really well. It's a good activity too, you know, like... Oh, we got a Pokemon in chat. What is that little emote? A little hopper doodle? That's cute. I've got one of those too, but it's a different hopper doodle. We got a hopper doodle too. Mine's a little orange. I got gifted a sub today, and it's pretty. They got pretty cool emotes. I haven't had a chance to really check them all out, but they're pretty cute. Dirk's all I got is dinos. All I got is dancing dinos. Dancing dinos are pretty cool. I gotta say, that's probably the coolest Twitch emote. Those are cute. Yeah, they're pretty cute. But where is it? This one's me right now. I think she's, wait, is that what I think it is? It says pop. Are they sipping something? It looks like they're sipping tea, right? Is that not what they're doing? Make it big. Wait, what is that? I think that's what they're doing. I'm gonna say they're sipping tea. I don't know what that is they have in their hand. They're doing something. I don't know why it's called pop. Maybe they're sipping pop? I don't know. The rigged emote appeared in the corner of your PNG tuber webcam when you said Dancing Dino was a good emote. Yeah, that would be the Pokemon game. Oh, here's a good one. This was me yesterday. I played some guitar. Not on stream or anything. This is chat right now. Wondering what the hell I'm doing. I don't know what this is, but it's scary and I like it. We got cheek squishes. I think that's all of their animated ones. But they got when I got into the chat, they were like, because you know someone gifted me a sub, so I was like, hey, you know, like that's cute, right? And then wait a second, that's weird. The squish is different on two different chats. That's so weird. Nice hat, thank you. It's kind of floating above me, but that's okay. So I go into this chat and I'm like, thank you for the sub, and they're like, oh, you'll love it here. We're super chill, and we have guns. And then everyone in chat was spamming the gun emote. And me, I was like this. Me right now focusing on designs. Well, that's fine. Focus on your designs. I'm just experiencing emotes, okay? Sorry. Get back to work. What are you doing? So this one waits. Does what it's supposed to.
Fart all y'all go fart yourself.
That's a good one. That worked pretty well. Indy, don't forget to fart yourself. Are we having a gunfight? The wet one. I need to come up with some more fart sounds. I was thinking about just making them myself. I think I could make fart sounds. I can do an elephant too. That's my elephant. Or I can do farts with my hands. But that's about all of my fart sound abilities. 14 shame points. You're really racking them up today. Don't cry, Kixie. It was a mess. BRB. You gotta clean. Gotta clean. This one waits too, so that's pretty good. I have like 8 games in my cart for the summer sale. Not sure if I should keep browsing. I never use my cart. I always just like, am I gonna buy this or am I not gonna buy this? I'm gonna buy it and then I buy it.
This is in the same wind we are using.
I'm gonna sip on this tea. Although honestly, nothing is really jumping out at me for the summer sale. Do you wanna go over some of the contents of your cart so I can decide whether I want to buy them or not? Although I probably already decided not.
Game over.
Oh, you still cleaning up after that fart, Indy? I'm sorry. I'll wait. I'm just sipping my tea here. I kind of want to test this, but yeah, I mean, I guess I have to, right? Let's test it. Yeah, it was everywhere. Yeah, it sounded like a wet one. Should really try to avoid doing that in public, you know? But yeah, the stream ended abruptly last night. Hopefully we don't have the same thing tonight. Honestly, I don't know if I'll stay up that late. But yeah, around like what, 12:30 or so, 12 o'clock, the 12:20 I think it was, the stream just went kaput. The fucking internet just stopped, and it took a good like 10 minutes before it was back on, and then all of a sudden my stream just came right back on. And I was like, sorry about that, everyone. Good night. Let's see, we got Super Mambo Quest, One Shot, Guacamelee 2, Guacamelee, Super Turbo Championship Edition, Dust in Elysian Tail. Did you spell tail right? Is it supposed to be tail? Strider, Hades, and Little Nightmares 2. Mostly Metroidvania. I bought Hades when it came out, and I was not that impressed with it. Like, it was okay. I'm not telling you not to buy it. It's definitely worth it on sale. But yeah, I paid full price for it, I think, or maybe the early bird discount or whatever, and it was fun, but it was like there's a lot of good parts about it, but to me it just felt like and I don't want to sway your decision here, but it felt like the devs didn't really respect the player's time. Like, they made it to they milked it, you know what I mean? Like, they wanted you to keep playing it. They want you to keep playing it a year from now. They want you to keep playing it 2 years from now. They want you to keep playing it. They want you to love it so much that I don't have any desire to play the sequel. I just don't have that much time. It was a fun game, and I beat it, or at least what I consider beating it. I don't think they consider it being beat because they want you to 100% the game or something like that. I don't know what they want, but I just don't have the time for that. It was time consuming enough to beat the last boss, right? But I don't know, I guess it's good when there's like a new game plus, but it didn't feel like a good deliver. Yeah, I'm not trying to spoil the game, but it didn't feel like the New Game Plus was delivered well. It felt like a cheap ending because I didn't finish the New Game Plus kind of thing. That's what it felt like. I think they wanted people to play the New Game Plus kind of thing. Which, you know, maybe that is for someone, maybe that's not, you know. And like I said, I'm not trying to ruin the game or sway your decision. I will say that it's probably Supergiant's best game. I haven't played the second one, of course, but I have played Transistor, and I played Bastion, and I think I played one other one, and I didn't like any of them. I kept on trying to like them because there was all these documentaries about them, and I knew about Bastion from like back when it was popular, and like, you know, they were like one of the first big indie studios, and now they're like fucking triple I as fuck. They're like the biggest triple I studio out there. They're huge, and with all the money they made from Hades, it's like, yep, they're big. They're a big company now. Everyone loved that game apparently, but I'm iffy still. Yeah, no, it wasn't terrible, but like I said, I had a few beefs with it. I had fun with it too, though. I did. All right, let's test Demon Fish Dead Ahead. We will pause this. I'm gonna grab my game controller here. Let's get a nice color going here. Let's see here. We'll do, I don't know. I'm just hitting the button at this point. Let's do this one. This is the one that I use the most. All right, so we'll do a new expedition. But yeah, there is one game that I want to get, and before we get too into this game, I want to show that off. But it's a VR game, so if you don't do VR, then you probably won't appreciate it. But it's called T of God. No, T for God. T for God. T for God. And this looks cool. Justwall was telling me about how much they like it. It's a roguelite first-person shooter in VR. The fact that it's a roguelite really makes me want to try it, because that means like it's gonna be different every time, and you can get like a whole lot of enjoyment out of it if you like it, you know. Hopefully it doesn't feel like too much of a grind, but it looks cool. I like shooting things in VR. And believe it or not, there's not nearly as many shooting things in VR games as you would think. Let's check this trailer out too. I also bought Undertale because I wanted to see if I understood the hype. Yeah, Undertale is interesting because it's like uniqueness. It's got a lot of uniqueness and a lot of heart put into it. But I haven't played the whole thing. Me, who doesn't have a VR set. A lot of people don't have VR. Honestly, VR is kind of like a niche thing, you know? Rick is rich dev, I guess. He got VR and a Steam Deck. Look at this guy. Well, to be fair, when I got a VR headset, it actually got me a job. So I actually made money from having the VR headset. It paid for itself, quite literally. So that's that. Also, it was 2019 and it was like $300. So and it's super outdated, and I'm not gonna buy any of that meta bullshit. Well, you got money for a VR set? No, I paid the money. I learned how to develop using it, and then I got a job because I knew how to do it. So there's difference there. But yeah, I didn't get it to play games. I got it to make games. And with the Steam Deck, that kind of goes with that also. It was an investment then. Yeah, exactly. It was an investment. With the Steam Deck, I definitely want to put my games on Steam Deck. So far, I was only able to test Little Screamies on the Steam Deck, but I definitely did test Little Screamies on the Steam Deck. That didn't really pay for the Steam Deck, of course, but I fucking play the shit out of games on my Steam Deck. I look at the Steam Deck like a computer because that's what it is, and my computer is aging. So I can't really stream and play games on my computer, like only really small games. Like even Heroes of Hammerwatch 2, I was playing on the Steam Deck and then streaming it to my laptop and then streaming the laptop, right? And yeah, so if I was gonna play like Helldivers or something like that, I can't do it on my laptop. It's too old. It's funny though, because I can play VR games on my laptop. I just couldn't stream it. You know what I mean? A little bit weird. Anyways, back to this game. Oh, check this out. There's a new feature. There's a map. You can look at the map and see where you're going before you go there without having to worry about getting into battles or anything like that. So you can be like, oh, there's the whale, and there's me. I can get to the whale. Let's get to the whale. At least it's the device and not the internet, so you know you can fix it if you get a better device. Oh yeah, the internet did fail on me yesterday though, but it is good internet when it works. But sometimes in the middle of the night, it like tries to update and like crashes because of the update. It's kind of ridiculous. Considering it's like fucking $90 a month or some shit, $80 a month or some shit. It ain't cheap, but it's a gigabyte up and down. I'm watching you and it's lagging from time to time at 160. It's your internet. Oh wow, yeah, that does suck. My internet's like 100 a month. Yeah, that's what I was paying in Phoenix. I was paying like 115 a month. But it wasn't a gigabyte. So yeah, I don't know. I think 75, but they don't have fiber here yet. Yeah, I was happy to find that they had fiber here. Actually, when I was moving, I was looking at internet maps. Oh, there's an ad. I need to snooze it. Snoozed it. I was looking at internet maps. I was looking at crime maps, and I was looking at what is it? Not income, but cost of living maps. Those were like the 3 maps that I was looking at when I chose where to purchase a home, because I wanted it to be cheap to live there, I wanted to have no crime, and I wanted to have good internet. And that really kind of narrowed down my search to like just a handful of places. So I ended up moving to the Bible Belt, where there's tornadoes all the time, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. I don't really leave the house enough to get stepped on by cowboy boots or anything like that. And that could happen to you anywhere, I think. Country music is popular enough where you can get stepped on by cowboy boots anywhere if you're not careful. Yeah. But that sucks that your internet won't let you watch streams at 160. That ain't fun. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to kill both of these, to be honest. I should probably cheat so I don't have to worry about dying. Oh, this is not going well for me. I'm just gonna run. And then I'm gonna cheat. Don't tell anyone. Now we can fight all the fishes. But we're testing it, so it makes sense, right? Depends on the time of day for some reason. Mornings work great. After lunch it starts going down. Oh yeah. Like sharing the bandwidth amongst all of the ISP users. That sucks. I used to have, and I talk about this quite a bit, I used to have HughesNet, and that was the absolute worst shit ever. It was worthless. Just completely worthless. You could have 200 megabytes of high-speed internet, and then if you went over your 200 megabytes, they cut you down to slower than dial-up for 24 hours. Although there was a gap, a window of between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., I think, that you could download at high speed, even if you went over your bandwidth budget. But yeah, I say budget, but it was budgeted to you. You were paying $60 a month for the satellite, and then you had to have a dish in your yard, and then you could only use 200 megabytes. There was no way to pay for more. It was ridiculous, and they sat there and called it high speed. But you couldn't watch Netflix. Shit, you could barely fucking use Facebook with the damn thing. Today you wouldn't be able to. And I don't think they fixed anything. I don't think it's any better. Maybe I'm wrong, but I actually just got something for HughesNet in the mail. They exist still. They're still trying to tell me that there's high-speed internet. They're like you could have even faster internet, like faster than AT&T. Yeah, I don't think so. So far, no bug experiences, so that's good. I think the reason they haven't upgraded in my neighborhood is because they said only 2 AT&T users in my neighborhood. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, even out here, there's like a map of places that's available and places that it's not. So they just kind of roll it out as it's needed, I guess. But yeah, some people, you know, they care about the internet. Other people, they don't give a shit, right? They're like, well, I just need it for my email, or I just need to use Facebook or whatever. And then other people are like, I live on the internet. I work on the internet. I breathe the internet. I'm a little bit like that. I work on the internet. Oh, there's an ad, sorry. Adverts, no. Time to dance. Gotta get your dance in. And it's like 1:30. I am sorry. Bomb! Oh shit, you just blew up the Indie Maniac and me. Oh, welcome back from the ad break. By the way, General Dirkader, your bomb nearly blew me and Indy up. Your bomb nearly blew us up, General. Frostern says, what drives me nuts, last time the box died, took 3 failed boxes before they finally checked the line to where the internet comes from, before they found 5 issues on the line, and then still took 2 more boxes before it fixed it. Pretty sure that means more money they're spending by not upgrading people like us. Jeez, that is concerning. Sorry that you have to go through that. Yeah, when I was in Phoenix, I had Cox, and I was paying like fucking $90 for Cox internet, and they had a fucking upload fucking like throttle. So if you streamed for 4 hours, all of a sudden your upload speeds would just dip. I had like it was impossible. By the way, don't use AT&T app for help. AI won't send tech support. Had to wait on the phone for an hour before I talked to a real person for them to finally send someone. Yeah, that sounds about right these days. A place I was staying a few years ago had it pretty good before we moved. Do you remember what ISP that was, General Dirkader? In terms of Cox, okay. So I didn't have any problems with Cox until I started streaming. It was great if you didn't stream. It was great for download speeds. It was great for, you know, downloading a lot of data, you know, you could download at any time. Streams worked all the time. But as soon as you started uploading streams, after 4 hours, you were like cut off. Like you could still download, but you couldn't upload for more than 4 hours. I don't know why. Probably their way of just fucking over streamers, essentially, because streamers are the only people who really need that much upload. Even if you're uploading a video, you don't need 4 hours of, you know, high-speed uploads. Speaking of AI, do you think it's a worry for Game Boy Studio games at all? How do you mean? Like, do I worry about, like, it affecting the market? No. Yeah, the Game Boy market is so small that it's like, unaffected by stuff like that. But I know there are a couple.
It appears we have lost our sex appeal, Captain.
Or at least one homebrew game that uses AI for all of its art, and I thought it was cool before I realized that they were like really embracing the AI, and then I was like, well, fuck these guys. And pretty much everyone says the same thing, you know, like anyone who's interested in homebrew probably doesn't want. They're probably not interested in AI, right? Homebrew is kind of like a throwback thing, and AI is kind of like a future thing. I feel like the people who are interested in AI are like crypto bros and shit like that, or you know, young kids who think it's the future, people who want to invest in it, people who have invested in it and they think they're gonna make their money back as long as they support it. Pretty much everyone is on board with AI being shit, right? Like it's just being used wrong, and it's upsetting everyone. You know, like everyone says, like, can it fold my laundry? No. Like, why not? Raise his hand. What are you raising hand about, Dirkader? Oh, you're a tech bro? You're an AI enthusiast? Well, I will say that I see AI becoming more and more prominent in the future. Oh, the AI is trash, not a tech bro. I will say that it will be more and more prominent in the future, but we need to figure out ways to use it that are, like, you know, ethical, logical, and like not upsetting, right? If we figure those three things out, AI is fine, right? But right now it's not ethical because it's scraping images and even software, and for the code and stuff, it's people love it, but it's not really that ethical to just like copy people's code and say that like I did this. That's kind of fucking bullshit to say, oh, I'm a coder, but really I rely on fucking AI to code. I think that's kind of stupid, right? Especially if you're using that software that you didn't write to get a job, and you're like, oh, look, this is my resume, and then the person who hires you is like, oh, you coded that? And they're like, yeah, I coded that. And then they say, all right, well, let's code a project together. Okay, yeah, I'll pay you fucking $90,000 a year to code a project. And then they get there and they don't know how to do anything on their own. They have to use the fucking computer to do it for them. That ain't the same. Sorry, that ain't the same. Okay, I was wondering, AI is hitting 2D and 3D games and their music on Steam. You have to mention it. Of course, there is huge hate on those games because of it, but made me wonder if anyone's trying to use it with GB or have it make games. Ethical is hard till the law starts writing that. Well, technically, with the image stuff, I believe the law was that you can't copyright the images that AI makes. So, like, I don't know. I mean, technically you're supposed to own the copyrights to anything you post online. So how are you getting away with posting something that can't be copywritten, right? If you don't own it, then you shouldn't be able to post it. But the law is always way behind on tech, and they work in order of importance, which makes sense, I suppose, but it's kind of a pain in the ass to everything else, you know. Disney and Universal suing right now over that, especially since they want the AI to make movies as well. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I see that, you know. So someone's got to put their foot down and make the changes occur. Whenever talk about AI comes up, my anxiety levels go up. I feel that, Dirk. I feel that. I'm trying to keep it chill. It's hard for me too. I mean the AI company they're fighting against. Yeah, honestly, I can see it from both angles, right? I could see the AI companies wanting to make movies, and I could also see Disney wanting to make movies, but not wanting anyone else to be able to make their movies, right? So yeah. But as far as Game Boy games go, I haven't seen any actual AI Game Boy games. That's not to say they don't exist. There is, like I said, that one NES game where all of the art was prompted initially, and then they had to probably painstakingly convert it to a NES graphics thing, because NES has limitations just like Game Boy, right? And it would be a pain in the ass to take something that AI made and turn it into NES art. I'm not saying that it makes it good. I'm just saying that it would still be work. But you can almost guarantee that those people are using it for code as well. Which again, like, sometimes it's fine for people to use code to learn, but if you're like straight up copy pasting the code and then you don't know how it works, like, that's fucked. That's fucked up, right? I don't know. I'm sure people get it to work and then they don't know how it works, but, you know, I wouldn't want to do that with my games. Like, how do you debug that shit? That just sounds like hell. It sounds like it'd be easier to just learn it. So, like, if you're gonna use AI to fucking code this shit, use it to learn how to code. Don't use it to do the work. You know, use it to learn how to do the work. Ask it for help or whatever. Ask it how it does this and why it does it that way. Ask it for like 3 different ways to do the same thing, and then figure out which one works the best for you. You know, I don't know. I get a little bit heated about it, a little bit passionate, but mostly because, like, you know, I'm an artist. I love doing art, and it just seems ridiculous that you would take fucking AI computers that like cost $1 bajillion to fucking keep running, and, you know, like, need to be cooled by more water than a human drinks in its lifetime, and more energy, you know, and all of this stuff, right? More energy than a human consumes in their lifetime, just to make these really shitty fucking images that like an artist could do better. But like artists don't ever make enough. I mean, sometimes they make enough money, but most of the time they don't make enough money to just make art. Usually you need some other job to keep you going, right? It's pretty rare that an artist can just do art for the rest of their life once they become an artist. No, usually there's at least 1 or 2 patches of needing to find other work. And that's just something artists accept because they're passionate about it. Why would you want to take that away, right? And then you're not actually taking it away, because anyone who's really that passionate about it is going to keep doing it. They'll just do it for, you know, less money or no money, you know, because if you're already making no money, then what's less? You know, you're still at 0. I don't know. Issue seems to be that people are being lazy. Well, I think there's that, but also there's like people who are like trying to like get people to be lazy, right? And then there's also like artists know what looks good. Not everyone knows what looks good, so they can't tell that the images are shit. You know what I mean? Like, to an artist, it's obvious that these AI images don't even look good. You know, there's issues. Like things that just don't make sense, or like the colors could be better, or like this or that is the composition or whatever, you know. But to someone who doesn't know any better, they're like, oh, well, that's just as good. I'm gonna use that. It's cheaper. And that's not how you make good designs. People in this case being tech bros, yeah. Maybe not just lazy. Still recall someone asking me if they wrote a paper in Word or Grammarly. I don't know what Grammarly is. I'll assume that it's like some type of AI thing. But yeah, I have a friend who's a teacher, and he's been talking about how much he uses AI for work. And, you know, I can only assume the students are using AI too. And then it's like, okay, well, I guess we can just give up on learning how to actually do things because it's so much faster to have the AI do it. Like, I don't know. I think that's ridiculous. Oh, it did it. It did it. Did you see it? It didn't. That was that bug. So that was a 3. That was a fight scene 2 with a 3-fish fight. Sorry, all of a sudden I'm like, that was the bug. That was the bug. So there was a 3-fish fight. Let's get to that. This is like a fucking massive script here. Alright, so enemy count 1, no. Enemy count 2, no. Enemy count 3, yes. Alright, so... give XP. Give XP. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it would do that. This is where it would happen. But it should wait for 5 seconds after calling the script. Wait. Is that the issue? Should it be inside that? Maybe not. Alright, let's see how this one works. No, that one's inside. So... see how it does this one. It checks to see if this one has 0 health, and then it checks to see if this one has 0 health. Well, if that one has 0 health, and this one has 0 health, right? Wait. How does this work? So this is if the enemy count is 2, and if that one's dead. Yeah, so it checks the enemy 1 health here. Yeah, so I think that's the issue. I think I found it. So in this one, it should... oh, it is inside that. Oh, I don't know anymore. I don't know why this is doing this. Music can be more blurry if it's AI made or not for competitions though. It's in AI to help you rewrite your paper, but it cannot cite correctly. So if you don't double check the paper, you get a 0 for plagiarizing, and if you do, still chance the teacher thinks you didn't write it because you used it to help write your paper. Yeah, I guess that would depend on what the teacher thinks about the use of AI, right? And that's kind of a political thing. It's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, for music, I haven't heard any music that sounded remotely good from AI, so and maybe it exists, but I'm also a musician, so I kind of have an ear for that kind of thing. And I did hear one song that was like an AI game, and I'm pretty sure their music was AI, and it was the worst lyrics ever. It was very terrible, and the singer it sounded like music, but it sounded like music that no one would ever write. It sounded like something that if like you had a non-musician write music for people that were like really good at making music, and they were like willing to do whatever for money, right? But that never happens. If you have someone that's really good at music, they don't do anything for money. They do what they want to do because they're really good, right? So you take Buckethead as a guitarist and you try to get him to play, I don't know, the fucking Allstate jingle or something like that. He's gonna say, fuck you, no. You know? But if you ask AI to do it, they'll be like, yes, here is your Buckethead version of Allstate jingle. So like, you know that it's AI at that point is kind of the thing. Whether or not it's good or not, I think that would come down to whoever's like writing the prompt then. But I have a feeling that you kind of need to be good at music to make music that's good, regardless of if you're prompting it or not. You know, so maybe there are good musicians who know how to prompt good music, but I don't think that's the case yet. I don't think there's that many musicians that are that lazy. And maybe I'm wrong. There was one electronic musician, I can't remember their name, that was like really interested in AI. and they ended up using it to like put in secret messages that would like cause like Alexa to freak out or something like that. I can't remember what they did. It was something on YouTube, clearly a stunt. But they made it clear that they weren't anti-AI and that they weren't really that pro-AI either because of the ethics concerned in it. But they weren't anti-AI because they could see that it could be useful. But personally, I like making music. Why would I give that job to a robot? It's a good thing. It's a fun thing to do. Why would I give that away? You know what I mean? I don't know, but I really want to fix this bug, and I'm not sure the fuck I did to do that. I think this needs to be, oh wait, that is inside this. Dreas, welcome in. That's a good point. How you doing, Dreas? Everyone should check out Dreas. They started streaming recently. Super cool person. So yeah, last playing Undertale. Orchestral music competition. Sorry, once they said it wasn't AI, they said sorry and let them repost it for the competition. Oh, interesting. You good? You just woke up? Right on. Well, I hope you slept well. Hope you're nice and well rested. That's always important. I don't know why this is bugging here. It was a 3-fish battle in fight scene 2. Or no, it was fight scene 1. It was fight scene 1. Maybe that's why I'm not finding the bug. It was Fish Zone 2, but Fight Scene 1. A little bit confusing. So let's scroll to the top of this. Close some of this down. Alright, so we'll close that, and then close that, close that. This is the one. So there's that, but I don't think that causes the issue. So enemy 3 dead, caught fish 3, add quant. So it should do all of that before it gets to this. Oh shit, I think, wait. No. Because it doesn't do this. Unless enemy 3's health is less than or equal to 0. And then it checks to see if enemy 1's health is less than or equal to 0, and if enemy 2's health is less than or equal to 0. And if that's the case, then it should do this. But for some reason, it wasn't doing this. Maybe there's something else going on. The assumption was maybe they were sending it to everyone, so if you're using AI, you won't complain, but if you're not, you will. Yeah, I guess Yeah, it's a little bit difficult, right? Because like, what if you're using AI to help you compose the music? What if you're saying, AI, I have, you know, this melody and this melody, what should I connect them with? You know? And then the AI spits out an answer, and then you write that into notation, and then you give it to an instrumentalist and they play it. Is that written by AI, or is that not? You know what I mean? The line does get blurred. And same thing with like coding. Like if you ask for help, you know, on the math even, is that AI, right? If you ask a calculator, that's not AI, right? But if you ask ChatGPT to do your calculations for you, you're just basically using a calculator. I don't know. The line does get blurred at points. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a bad idea to just go so blindly into something like this. I think, you know, we could have done a better job with the internet, like regulating the internet better. I know that sounds bad, but like, I think that, you know, we could have done a better job with that. So I think the same about AI. There should be more regulation for that type of shit. And it shouldn't just be all willy-nilly, because here we are as like some of the lowest paid entertainers, you know, artists and musicians are like already struggling, and now we have this to deal with. So it just seems like I don't know, stealing candy from a baby, right? A little bit like that, right? Like, first of all, like, we're unprepared to battle this in court, right? And second of all, like, I don't know, who's gonna stop them, right? I don't know. I guess that's kind of the same point. But there's another ad. We're all out of snoozes. But I appreciate everyone hanging out. I know places like in Europe, they are monitoring and figuring out which AI is safe and other regulations, but not sure other places. Yeah, it's probably Wild Wild West, some places, like with Will Smith and everything. No, I'm just kidding. But, you know, I'm sure it's different everywhere you go. Something needs, oh yeah, I remember what I was doing. What if the things aren't being reset like they should be, right, on initialization? So if enemy count is 3, enemy 4 health equals 0. If enemy 3 type equals 3, 2, 1, yep, so these give the health, but does it reset if they're dead or not? I don't think it does. I think I might have found the bug here. Wait, reset brace vars. Make sure enemies aren't dead. This is it. Wait. So it does do that. Darn it, that's not, I thought that was it. I thought we like forgot to make them not dead. But we're definitely making them not dead. Man, I don't know. It was a 3, you know, fight scene 1. Hell, it's probably still in the variables. Fish zone int 2. The caught fish position is still at 2, which is wrong. It should be at 3, so it's never actually getting to that point. It's like it's running the variables and then deciding that 2 of them being dead is good enough and just ending the battle there. Oh snap, I think I figured it out. So, it's checking the health, but it's not checking to see if it's dead, which only happens at this point. It should be checking to see if the enemies are dead rather than if they have no health, right? Because let's say you kill it, and then it runs the script, it will get to this point. Or even this point. You kill enemy 2, and then you kill enemy 3, and then it checks to see if enemy 2 has 0 health. It doesn't, because you just killed enemy 2 and 3. So it goes through, it checks to see if enemy 2 is dead. It is dead. So it doesn't run that. And then it runs this. It checks to see if the enemy 1 health is gone and the enemy 3 health is gone, which it is. And then it goes to this without going to this. That's what's happening. So these need to be checking for enemy 3 dead. Enemy 3 dead. And then instead of this, we need it to be equal to 1. And this one as well. So that means we gotta do every single one. So this is gonna be a big pain in the butt, because there's like 6 different fights. Although only 4 of them really need this change, but the boss ones should have like one thing, because there's no permutations for the boss fights. They're always the same. But for the fight scenes, the 4 different fight scenes, they all have permutations, and like there's quite a few of them. So we need to go through each permutation and make sure it's enemy dead, enemy 1 dead instead of enemy. Yeah, and this needs to be set to equal to 1. At least we found the bug. It's a big one though, unfortunately. So I guess we should start from the top. Also, here when we go enemy count 3, instead of going enemy 4 health equals 0, we should be saying enemy 4 equals dead. So that will be 1. This one, enemy 3 dead equals 1. Enemy 4 dead equals 1. And then this one, all of these need to be set too. Welcome back from the ad break, by the way. But yeah, on AI, generally speaking, I'm pretty pleased with the fact that a lot of the homebrew scene is not really for AI. It doesn't account for all of it, but quite a bit of it is anti-AI, or at least to a degree. They're not trying to rip people off. They're not trying to be ripped off, you know? Oh, this thing. Don't mind me just reminding the stream avatar thing that I'm not absent, just lurking. Oh, you don't want it to disappear? Gotcha. It takes like 30 minutes or so before it disappears, I think. Enemy 1, oh wait, enemy 3 dead equals 1. Enemy 4, I can't spell. Enemy 4 dead equals 1. Enemy 2 dead. I should just be typing 2 dead, that's easier to spell. Alright. So those are good. These are good. This is good. Alright, so now we need to go into update and fix all of those. That's the painstaking part here. So this one, enemy, I'm doing it again. 2 dead equals 3 dead equals 1. Did we miss something? Why does it feel like I missed something here? Yeah, because we're at 4, where we need to be 1. Alright, so this one, enemy 1 health equals 0, enemy count 1. This, let's make sure this is good too, which it's not. And if enemy 1 dead equals 0, make enemy 1 dead 1. And then we need to restore the previous scene. We'll put that weight in there also. And I don't know why that's there. Let's just get rid of it. Alright, so now this one we actually need to make changes to. Let's double check this, and that's not done either. Alright, so if enemy 1 health equals 0, enemy 2 health is 0, and then we've got this enemy 1 health. This is enemy 2, what is it? Dead 1 equals to 1. So if enemy 1 dead equals 1, meaning that enemy 1 dead is true, then we restore the previous scene. But only after enemy 2 is dead. So let's rubber duck this. So let's say we killed enemy 2 first. So it skips this one because that's not dead, but enemy 2 is dead. Then it checks to see if enemy 1 is dead, and if it's not, then it doesn't run that. So then we would eventually kill enemy 1, and then it runs this. It gets through it. It tells us that it caught the fish, and then it runs this again and checks to see if enemy health is 0. If it is, that's cool. If it's dead, then we don't run that, but we still run this and check to see if enemy 1's dead. So that will work. Enemy count 2 is good. Let's go to enemy count 3 and double check this, and that one's fine. Alright, so after that we do enemy 2 dead. Yeah, we already changed this one, so this one's good. Did we fix this? We did. Enemy 1 dead, enemy 3 dead. Yep, those look good. Alright, now enemy count 3. That looks good. Enemy 1 health. So dead 1 equals 1, and dead 2 equals 1. Because that's at the end of 3, right? And this one's checking if 1 and 2 or 1 and 3 are dead. Though honestly, it should only have to do it once, because it's gonna run each of these anyways, right? I guess it doesn't really matter. It would just happen a little bit earlier. As long as it's giving me experience first, it's fine. And then what happened to the 4? Is that where we're at? Oh, there it is. I'm like looking right at it. Alright, so tile is fine. Enemy 1 dead. This one, the tile is fine. Enemy 2 dead. Tile is fine. Enemy 3 dead. Now here, we're doing this. Enemy 4 is dead. Replace the tile. And then we're checking if enemy 4 is dead. It is. Now we need to check each of these. So dead 1. Comparison equal to 1. Dead 2. Comparison equal to 1. And then dead 3. Comparison equal to 1. Alright, so that fixes this one. Now we need to fix this one. So we'll go to the init first, so we don't forget. Alright, so if enemy count is 1, all of these need to be dead. So dead 2 equals 1. Dead 3 equals 1. And dead 4 equals 1. Although, you know, honestly, we should be checking something else here on the attack part of it, right? Oh, we're on the init still. On the update, once it's the fish's turn, so let's close out the player's turn. So once the fish's turn is up, we need to see if they oh yeah, so they need to be at 0 health also. So on the init, we need those to be what they were and make them dead. So we will copy the events. Enemy 2 health equals 0. Enemy 3. Oh, I'm spelling it wrong. We'll just go health 3 equals 0. Health 4 equals 0. So now they're not only are they dead, but they have 0 health, so they can't attack because the attack is determined by if they have health or not if they're dead or not. So this one we'll do the same thing. We'll copy the events, we'll paste it here, and then health 3 0. Paste the event here. Oh, we'll do it afterwards. Health 4. Oh. 4 0. Alright. And then this one. We'll copy this event. And health 4 equals 0. And then this one doesn't need it because they're all alive. Okay, so that does it for that. Now we're back to this. Oh wait, no, we fixed that one. This one we need to fix the init on. Health 1 equals 0. Health 3. Oh wait, this is supposed to be 2. Whoops. I'm already getting too sleepy to do this. Oh no. What is it? Health 3. Health 4. Okay, so 2, 3, and 4 have 0 health and they're dead. Moving on to 2. So, dead dead 3 equals 1. And wait. Enemy 4 dead equals 1. That's what we need. That's funny. Alright, so that's good. This one is just a 1. Enemy 4 dead equals 1. That's what we need. And this one, they're all alive, so that's good. Alright, now we do the updates. And enemy 1 count doesn't need any changes, but enemy 2 does. So that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh wait, where does it happen? Does it happen on each of these? Cryptic, welcome in. Steam summer sale. What are you trying to do? Get me to spend money here? What are you buying for the summer sale? Oh, excuse me. Welcome in, Cryptic. Everyone should check out Cryptic if they haven't yet. They do game development on their stream, and they also do art. And from time to time, they play some games. Give them a look. Give them a follow. If you haven't checked them out, do so now. And they're mods, so they're super cool. How you doing tonight, Cryptic? What you up to? Are you working? We are falling asleep while we make bugs for ourselves tomorrow. I think we figured out a bug, and we're making some changes to the code, and then and yeah. So I think it only happens at the end, which should be fine. So enemy 3 is dead. So after that, it checks to see if all of them are dead. So we'll go dead 1 equal to 1, dead 2, space 2 equal to 1. Work, what's up, Dirk? Buying Half-Life? Interesting. I've never played the Half-Life games. I watched a stream of someone playing one, but that was years ago. Alright, so that does it for that one. You know, technically this could just all be done at the end. And it wouldn't even matter how many there are in the battle.
And prepare for a pride obliterating bitch slap. In front
Haven't
of
played
your
it either, but
closest
for
friend.
$3 I'll buy it. Right on. So here we want dead 1 equal to 1, dead 2 equal to 1, and dead 3 equal to 1. And that should do it for that one. I don't think we have to worry about this one because I don't know, maybe we should double check it, but I've never had it happen where if you kill the tentacles, it just ends the game without killing the fish. So we won't even look at that because never had that issue. Alright, so for this one we need to do the init first. So inits, enemy count equals 1. Let's go ahead and add that one there, that one there, and we'll change it to dead 3. And that one there will be dead 2. Alright, so dead 2 has 0 health and is dead. Enemy 3 has 0 health and is dead. Enemy 4 has 0 health, is dead. Onto 2. So this one gets a 4 and a 3. We'll change this one to dead 3. So it has 3 has 0 health and is dead. 4 has 0 health, is dead. Onto 3. So this one just has enemy 4 to deal with. So we'll paste that there, and that is done. Now we go to the update and fix all of those issues. Damn, phone crash. Also by Mirror's Edge. I don't know Mirror's Edge. Man, I am so sleepy. I still have a few sips of tea left. Not anymore. Alright, so it's player's turn. Attack choice 1. Attack choice is 2. Attack choice is 3. Attack choice is 4. Alright, so now we're on to the stuff that needs to be changed. This looks good. This is ridiculous, we don't need that. And it goes on to if enemy count is 2. Wait a second. Oh yeah, because there's that. There's only one fish, so. This one, that looks good. It's parkour. I loved it back then. Oh cool, old PS3 game. I gotcha. We snooze the ads. Okay, so that all looks good. Okay, here it is. We got if enemy 1 health is 0, we want that to be dead 1 is equal to 1. Then we can do that. Alright, so enemy 1 health, that's fine, that's fine. All of that looks good. Enemy 2, that looks good. All of that. So end fight, this is where we need to make the change here. So this will be dead 1 is equal to 1. This one will be dead 3 is equal to 1. Alright, now we've got the third one here. I'll be streaming it, LOL. I don't know when because I got a lot of dev work first. Yeah, you know, sometimes it's good to set goals and then rewards as well, right, for reaching those goals. So you say like, if I get this, that, and the other done on time within the deadline, then I get to spend this time doing the stream. If I don't make the deadline, then I don't get to have fun doing this game. I have to do more work, that kind of thing. Alright, so this here is going to be dead 1. And this will be comparison equal to 1. This one will be dead 2. Comparison equal to 1. Right, because this is on 3. Now we're on 4. Alright, so 4th is caught. And now we've got these, so this is dead 1 equal to 1. This is dead 2 equal to 1. And this is dead 3 equal to 1. And 4 is already dead, so that should take care of that whole script. So that's cool. Onto this one, we'll go to the init first. Go all the way to the top. Got the init here. So we want these to also have dead fish. So 4 is dead. Dead 3 is dead. And dead 2 is dead. Now we go to count 2. And we'll paste enemy 4 is dead. And enemy 3 is dead. Alright, so 3 has 0 health is dead, 4 has 0 health is dead. Now we're on to 3. So just enemy 4. And there it is, enemy 4 is dead and has 0 health. This one they're all alive for, so we don't need to worry about this one. That looks good. Now we're on to the update. And this is actually the last before we fix the bugs, so that will probably end the stream. After we do this, could take a minute. And we should probably test it, but yeah, it did take a while for me to find the bug, even when I was testing it. But I'm pretty sure this will fix it. We should probably test it though. Alright, so this we don't need. This is where we need to start looking. First is caught. First is caught again. Second is caught. First is caught. You going to bed soon? Yeah. Got to keep the sleep schedule on track here. If enemy 2 has 0 health, we make it dead. Enemy 3 has 0 health, we make it dead. Then we wait and call this script, which is what we need to change. So this is dead 1, comparison equal to 1, dead 2, comparison equal to 1. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're preventing the fight from ending early before awarding the player with experience. Oh, we're in an ad. Oh, but you're subbed, aren't you? So yeah, that's what we're doing. And yeah, it was preventing you from catching the fish in your fish box, as well as preventing the experience, because it was running a function that would end it before it got to the function that provided you with that stuff. So we're fixing it by giving it the correct terms. It was checking to see if the health was 0 before checking to see if it was dead. But now it's going to be checking, is it the health 0, then make it dead, and then go through each of them and say, are they all dead? Not all, do they all have 0 health? Because if you would kill the first one and then kill the second one and then kill the third one, it would go through, does 1 have 0 health? Yes. Then if 2 has 0 health, yes. Then if 3 has 0 health, then it ends the scene because it already thinks that you went out of order, right? Because if you went, I kill 1 and then I kill 3 and then I kill 2, it would then check to see if 2 had 0 health, and if it didn't, then check to see if 1 had 0 health and if 3 had 0 health. Well, now it checks, does 2 have 0 health? Is 1 dead? Is 3 dead? And it won't actually say that it's dead until it checks if it has 0 health, and if it does have 0 health, then it definitely awards the player and then says that it's dead, right? So it's like a check, and it's something that I missed when I was coding it originally. But yeah, so we do need to check to see if it has 0 health, so that's important. But before we end the scene, we need to make sure that we're checking if they're all actually dead and not just 0 health. So somewhere around here, enemy 4 has 0 health. Enemy 4 is dead. Here we want to see dead 1 comparison equal to 1, and then dead 2 comparison equal to 1, and then dead 3 comparison equal to 1. So it should only get to this point if 4 is dead and all the other ones are dead. But it has to give you the experience for 4 first. Like, it won't get to that point until... It won't get to this point until it's gotten past that point. So that should fix that. And then the boss battles didn't have an issue. But yeah, that was the last of it, so that should fix everything. Let's test it out real quick. I don't know how quick it'll be, but it's one of those things. If it doesn't happen, then the bug is fixed. How long do we have to test it before we know that it doesn't happen? But I'm happy. I'm gonna put a question mark at least next to the thing. Did we close the sticky note? So let's see here. Squidly made no death sound, didn't get added, happened with blobfish also. So this one is at least X question mark, because I'm pretty sure we fixed it. Now we're testing it. Music. Yeah, so for whatever reason, I was like, do I check for health or do I check if it's dead? And I was making sure that it was dead. Or I was making sure to use a variable for dead, but then I was like, do we need to do that? Let's just check if it has health. But yeah, it makes sense to check if it's dead. So we're gonna cheat to make things a little easier. So we can get more fish. Because it was really only happening when you had a lot of fish, right? It doesn't happen when you only got 1 fish or 2 fish even. It only happens when you have 3 or 4 fish. And then it was only happening when you killed the fish in order. So it shouldn't happen. But I told Sloth to watch Infinite Metal stream to see what Skelly was. Sloth didn't know who Skelly was. I was like, you gotta know Skelly. So I gave Sloth homework. I missed. Good. I mean, if you're gonna be a streamer, you gotta see how it's done, and Infinite does a pretty good job. You gotta admit. I told Sloth Infinite Metal streams are awesome. Yeah. Oh, while you're here, you should probably see the art that I made for Skelly. Look at that. We got a Skelly jump scare for whatever that fucking game's called. Frontrooms Normalities. Although I haven't caught one in a while. Well, if you want to switch, he's streaming right now. I mean, I know that you're here, but if you get bored of what I'm doing, you can always head over to Infinite stream, or I'm probably gonna raid him if he's up for a bit longer here. Hell yeah, that's epic. Thanks. I'm glad you appreciate it. That's neat. Thank you. And then yeah, we made this yesterday. So we got the Squidge jump scare. It's like a retro Spaceball reference, right? Gotta reference my own game. Gotta reference Skelly. And then we made the windscreen also. So like, cause in the game you're like, it's like your first day at work, right? So if you beat it on easy mode, you get welcome to the team. And then I'm gonna make it, I haven't made these ones yet, but if you beat it on normal mode, it'll say like employee of the week, right? And then if you beat it on hard mode, it'll say like MVP. BRB, finally join your Discord server as Derpaholic. Oh, cool. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Welcome in. But yeah, let's continue testing this game before I fall asleep. So nothing bad happened there, so that's good. Again, I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to witness a bug, but I think I fixed the issue. I really think I did. Let's get to a bigger fish zone. Whoop whoop, yeah. You like this song? Yeah, I made new music for all the fish fights. And there's a new song for the second world too. Oh, I want to be in that little bay. Or this, yeah, this little area here. This is a 4. Oh, we only got one. One of the easiest ones. This is the easiest battle you can get for a 4. Although honestly, they're all pretty easy at level 50. So. Even on the second level, things are pretty easy at level 4. Or at level 50. Yeah, I'm sleepy. Only 2. I need 3 fish. I could probably cheat and give myself more fish. I didn't think about that until just now. Because there's that like little scene that tells you what aggro battle you're about to get into. There's a Dupiter in chat. A Dupiter? Like Jupiter, but Dupiter? Or a Dupiter, like a spider with dew on it. What if they were called spitters instead of spiders? And they actually spat at you? Alright. Dew pie? You want to eat a dew pie? I think we want to cheat on this next fight. So when we get into the fight, we're going to want to adjust our fish count. Enemy count is going to be 4. And there's only 3. That's weird. I set it to 4. Oh, and now it's at 3. I see. We gotta do it before, or like we gotta click on it while we're in that middle scene. Anyway, 3 works. We'll do them in order again. We can make it big. Added the fish box, that's what we want to see. So that worked. Let's do a 4 battle this time. Alright. So if we do it here... Oh, it's already at 4. It's already a 4 battle. We don't even need to cheat. I'm feeling pretty good though. I think we licked the bug. I think we got it. The bug is squished. It still does the double cast every once in a while. Also, did it just attack the wrong enemy? It totally did. That's a little weird. Noise. Yeah, we fixed one bug, but it still attacked the wrong enemy for some reason there. No idea why. It's weird because I did the exact same thing with the exact same variables in place, and somehow it was like, no, we're going to attack the second fish this time.
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
Pretty much.
You'd like to think that, wouldn't you?
I would. Alright, let's go to a 2 and get fishes there. Okay, this is a 2 zone. Let's see what fish count we have. We've got a 3. We'll test a 3. That was the one that gave us issues before. We just one-shotted the big eye. One-shotted the second big eye. We're definitely gonna one-shot this one, even if we don't crit.
Hello, can we have your liver?
Legendary Cerberus, finally I found a GB Studio stream. Hey, welcome in. Yeah, I stream nearly every day too. So, welcome in. Are you a GB Studio developer as well? But yeah, we're working on Demonfish Dead Ahead. I just did some painstaking bug fixes, and hopefully we don't reach a bug. So who knows how long we'll test before we don't reach a bug. I'm a wannabe developer. I've been trying to use it. Oh, cool. Well, I might be able to help you out. This game is actually a little bit advanced, but it was only my second GB Studio game. So let's test the 4 count here. So we changed the enemy count in the debugger to 4, so that way we can test what it's like to fight 4 fish. Because it was going to give us 2 using the random. Nothing technical. I just get discouraged during the pixel art phase. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm an artist first and foremost, so I could probably give you some hints there. Do you use Aseprite to do your pixel art? Because that's what I spend most of my time in. I also used Piskel for a while there. Pixel art can take some time. It can. Cause I hate coding. Pio says, do you do main art? Cause I hate coding and only do art. Pio's trying to get a team together. I am Photoshop convert. Aseprite is love. Aseprite is life. Right on, right on. Yeah, no, I am the same. When I was in art school, we did Photoshop like we ate, slept, and breathed the Creative Suite at that school. And it's just too expensive. You know, it doesn't make sense. And also, Photoshop sucks for pixel art, right? You got to make all of these adjustments just for it to even like start to look okay. But then animating is like a fucking pain in the ass in Photoshop. So Aseprite is just like a godsend for pixel artists for sure. But yeah, I could definitely teach you a thing or two. We're kind of done drawing for the night, but I can show you what we worked on. Let's bust that out real quick. So this is for a different game. So I'm working on a game called let's bust it out. It's called Frontrooms Normalities for the GB Compo 2025, and this fishing game was for a different game jam that I've been building it up and updating and stuff. Sorry, I'm getting sleepy. So yeah, this is a series of front rooms, and you're looking for normalities amongst a bunch of anomalies, and then these are the jump scares. Oh, thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. So this is what happens when you win, because your job is like to find the normalities. And then, so this is one of the jump scares we made yesterday, and then this is the one we made today. And I actually traced this image based off of this image. One of our streamer friends has this this bone dragon on their stream. That's like their companion, and they tested both Pyrotoad, another game I'm making with Johnny Manjuro, and Demon Fish Dead Ahead, the game that I'm playing right now. So they tested both my games, so I figured I'd give back a bit by putting their little mascot guy in my game, and maybe I can get them to play that way also. But yeah, this is what we worked on today. And like I said, we based it off of this. So I did a little bit of tracing, but then I also changed it up a bit, you know, put the wings out and put the arms up, and then made some changes to make it look good in pixel art, that kind of thing. But yeah, lots of tricks to make this work. It took a couple hours, 2.5 hours or so, but I was also chatting a lot during this, and that always slows me down a bit. This one was much quicker. And if we pull up some other ones, oh, and then the windscreen, that was pretty quick too, because we're at like an 8-hour stream already. But yeah, and then yesterday we did a bunch of cutscenes for Pyrotoad. Let's get some of these up. The clouds, yeah. So these are different scenes that Pyrotoad would be in, and I can show you Pyrotoad as well. Also, did we save this one? Oh, we did, okay. But yeah, Pyrotoad is, like I said, a group project. It's me and one other person. Johnny Manjuro designed the game, designed the levels, and then we both kind of hashed out the theme, and I've been doing the art and most of the audio. And yeah, we're kind of taking turns doing the music. I did the sound effects, Johnny's doing the writing, and then I've been doing the cutscenes. So these are the cutscenes for the game, right? So One day, Pyrotoad was chilling at his pad playing his favorite video game, Battle Dudes, when suddenly he had the urge to go out for a night on the pond, but being a frog of style, he wasn't about to head out without his prized Croakley shades. However, to his chagrin, when he opened his accessory drawer to get them, he found it empty save for a suspicious note, which read, "If you ever want to see your Croakleys again, meet me at the dungeon of Weblock Castle." And there's a picture of him reading the note and his accessory drawer empty, and then you see him entering the castle, and then you go through 4 castle levels. That's the last one, and then, or no, this is the last one, and then this is the next level, right? So before you get to the factory, you're actually going to go to the map, which is down here, and the little frog will like move over to the factory or the lab, and then you'll see this one, right? And then the same thing happens, the map, and then this one, and then the map, and then this one, and then the map, and then this one, until you go through, and this one has a little animated moon because there's a level you go to the moon, and then you go to the ice cave, and then you go to hell, then you go to the clouds, and then the last one is this like yokai castle thing. Scenes can only be that large. How would something like an RPG town be done, which may be larger than that? Yeah, I can actually show you that as well. I have another game that is a RPG style hacking game, but it's actually not an RPG. It's more of like a top-down action puzzle game. We do have an ad coming up, and I can't snooze it anymore, so I apologize for that. But this is a pretty big map here. So this is the biggest squarish map you can make. But you can see that I reuse a lot of tiles for the buildings, and that's kind of the trick, is to reuse tiles. Also, Demon Fish Dead Ahead has some pretty big maps as well. It's the same size. So these are the maps, and this is the second level there. So you do have to kind of break things up, but what you can do to make it feel endless is if you have transitions, you can like put half of the map on there and then put the other half on here and have it transition hopefully somewhat seamlessly between them, depending on, you know, a few things. But yeah, there's the ad, so I'll wait for the ad to be done to get into that. For now, we'll just test this game.
I'm Commander Meat, and you are in direct violation of Space Treaty 109. Your ass is mine.
Welcome back from the ads. Legendary Cerberus. Ooh, interesting. Thank you. See you after the ads. Yep. I've taken a break from attempting to game dev so I can fix my website. Right on. Yeah, that's like a thing, right? My website, I gave up trying to stay on top of it. I ended up just using ArtStation and paying for like the pro version, which is too expensive. But I'm kind of lazy when it comes to changing shit like that. But yeah, back to what I was saying. So there is a way to, if you wanted to, especially if you're only using so many tiles like these, you could actually seamlessly transition between them using a plugin. It's called meta tiles, and if you put all of these tiles on like a tile set that is a I forget the word they use, but a tile set that uses both the tiles, and you set it up that way, you can actually do like a Zelda transition between scenes that way, but they have to be the same tiles, or like a few, like, because there's like 192 tiles you can use on each scene, so you'd have to use the same tiles, the same 192 tiles between the scenes. So if I wanted to, I could make, because these easily fit within that. If I wanted to, I could make a transition between the two. Can you program? I cannot. I can't do much of anything, but I'm trying to learn. Well, that's all it really takes is the ambition, and the rest of it is just practice and knowing where to look for information. But so far, the bug is squashed, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm having trouble speaking all of a sudden. It is past my bedtime, so I think I'm going to maybe finish these enemies and then do it. As Mr. Miyagi would say, passion, Passioff. I have not actually seen The Karate Kid, or any of its sequels, or Cobra Kai, or any of that. I feel like maybe I saw The Karate Kid when I was a little kid, but I don't remember it. I remember Three Ninjas though. That was my Karate Kid. I kind of want to rewatch Three Ninjas to remember how bad it was, to be honest. I just remember that scene where they're like up late playing you saw Surf Ninjas. I think I've seen Surf Ninjas, but I was really stoned and I wasn't paying much attention to it. And we like started halfway through. It was on the movie channel. And this was like back in high school, so. But yeah, in Three Ninjas there was a scene where the three boys were staying up late playing Mario 3, and they had like this alarm that went off that told them that their parents were coming home, and they like ran into bed. I don't know if it was like hooked up to the garage door or what, but this little red light goes on, and they're like, it was actually a pretty big red light. I don't know how the parents wouldn't notice and be like, what is this? But they like hopped into bed and like made it just in time for the mom to be like, oh, the kids are sleeping, such good kids. But they were actually playing video games past their bedtime. That's my only real memory of that movie. Alright, but yeah, I think we're happy with this, so that's cool. I'm happy with that. That's only one of the few bugs that are left. Got so many different notes here. So yeah, another one is that sometimes when you're fighting, your crits, your high level crits only do like 15 damage, and that should not happen. I don't know why that happens. Sometimes you do a double cast, I don't know why that happens. Sometimes you hit the wrong fish. I don't know why that happens. But other than that, oh, and I think we fixed all of the text issues. There was like UI issues. In Gen 2, Fish Zone 4, battle with 3 fish, chose fish 1 but attacked fish 2. See, like that is still like one of the main bugs. And then this one, every once in a while, your attacks are like really small when they should be big. Other than those 2 bugs, the game is like bug free, which is crazy. We do have some feedback that we haven't implemented yet. And some of it I definitely do want to implement. Like the info says incoming even though there's not a fish incoming, and that's because I during the game jam I decided that it would be easiest to just have one scene, and then what I could do is I could either put these letters on the screen when the fish is incoming, which is probably what I'll do, or I could make a copy of them that doesn't say incoming, so that way you can see what fish zone you're in. Or maybe that's what I do, because maybe instead of saying income, it could say like in fish zone with aggro level 1 fish or something. So it's more explanatory since it is the info button. Or maybe it'll say like fish finder, you know, so that way you know that like that's what this is supposed to be. This is supposed to be your Game Boy fish finder, right? And then in the corner there's a little Game Boy there, and then these are like little fish hooks, so they tell you which fish zone you're in. The red light was protected by plot armor. There you go. That's hilarious. All right, but I'm happy with this. Let's get the music back up, and I think we're gonna raid Infinite Metal. A lot of times I go later than Infinite, but I've been fixing my sleep schedule lately, so I'm in the good position to raid a good friend, and they're super cool. Infinite Metal, they do retro games. They're playing Breath of Fire right now, and they play my games too. They play indie games sometimes, and they have a few characters on their stream, and that it's always a blast over there. So I think we should head to Infinite stream. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much for the follow, Legendary Sir, and hopefully see you around. Breath of Fire 1's your favorite game? Oh, well, you should enjoy this then. I'm not sure which one they're playing. Into the dream world to find better armor is what it says. Breath of Fire Friday retro. So yeah, let's head over there and show your support for Infinite. He's super cool, and he's very supportive to indies, and he loves devs. So all right, let's get a raid message going here. So if you're subbed, you can use the top message. If you're not subbed, you can use the bottom message. We're just gonna copy and paste this so that way we can show our support when we get over to Infinite Metal's stream. And that way, you know, if you don't want to use it, you don't have to. But if you want to, that gives you something to say. Raid channel Infinite Metal. Alright, we're gonna raid Infinite Metal. They're super cool. And yeah, everyone be polite and kind over there and treat everyone with respect, of course.
Hold still and let me shoot you.
And yeah, I really appreciate
There's
all
someone
of the
in my
support
house
we got
eating
tonight.
my birthday cake with my family, and it's not me.
It's still mind-blowing to me that I could have a viewer count as high as it is. That I mean, I know it's not super high, but it's high to me. I spent years streaming to just myself and 1 or 2 other people if I was lucky. So seeing all these people come in nearly every day to watch me work is actually really amazing to me, and I very much appreciate it. You're all very cool, and yeah.
You'll be sorry, punk!
It's so much more fun when there's people in the stream. Anyways, I'm ready to hit the button. Make sure you got your raid message, and let's head over to Infinite Metal. Thank you again, and have a great night.
Whoa, getting another raid. Lower the particulars. Ready the ballista. Rick coming on in. Let's go. Hey, Pio the Pioneer. No.